First Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Chris Verlade with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get their roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a new contract. For more on the Niners roster, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fergosa's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards is the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get started with Whitey and Watkins.
They're going to take it for a W.
At your desk, on your phone, in the car. It's a show specifically for you, Sacramento. Whitey.
She got a new song out of this anyway. Hoops, I did it again. So that's right. Hello, is this on?
Nope.
Watkins.
I'm sorry. I know I don't want to be the wet blanket on everybody.
It's Whitey and Watkins, and it starts.
Hurry up!
Now.
Almost Whitey and Watkins today. Chris Watkins is feeling better, should be back today, but he's not here. He'll be on this afternoon. Why? I don't even know why the can opener works, so don't ask me. But I are thrilled to have today JayMarZZ.
Thank you. I am back
in. So it's Whitey and JayMarZZ today.
Yes, and it will be a fun Whitey and JayMarZZ show.
I
don't know if it's a one-time only special. We will see, but if it is, hey, let's make it a great one, right?
All right, let's do it. Glad that you're with us. Let's start with this, JayMarZZ. I know you're a baseball guy. Not going to mention the team that you root for. I don't even want to think about it. But so we won't go there.
Okay.
But it's weird this week because Giants fans are actually rooting for the team that you root for, and Giants fans never root for the team that you root for.
Oh, is it a team that wears blue?
Yeah, those guys.
Is it have something to do with this whole play-in thing or playoff or wild card?
Right.
What do they do
Normally
there in baseball?
The Dodgers. Yeah, but hey, the Dodgers can do us a solid if they beat Arizona again, which they did on a night in which, of course, Alex Cobb came this close to a no-hitter.
1 out away.
This close, 2 outs in the ninth line drive.
That's all-star Alex Cobb. We got to address him by his proper name.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was between Harrison on Monday and Cobb last night. Things turning around for the Giants. They'd lost, 7 straight series, and now they've definitely guaranteed at least a series win over Cincinnati, who was right on their trail there in the wild card race. And then you bring up the Brooklyn team that I root for. They just been manhandling the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Diamondbacks are very good. I actually think the Giants are better than the Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks look like they're terrible. Then they go on a hot streak. Then they're terrible again. The Reds.
The Giants are the same way, though, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of the nature of the beast right now. I mean, the Reds right now, watching them the last couple of nights, how have they won any games this year, let alone work their way into the wild card picture? But it is interesting because it looked like the baseball season was going to fade away around here and then football and eventually basketball. But no, the Giants last 2 nights, they remind me of an old slogan they had about, was it 2012 when Boach would say, "There's magic inside." And I haven't been there the last 2 nights, but you could tell that place is hopping again.
No, it's rocking again. When you see 2, I think part of it is obviously Harrison. There's been an anticipation for him all year. Like, when are we calling up Kyle Harrison? When are we calling up Kyle Harrison? I thought his debut was fine. I thought he did better than expected. Then obviously Monday night, he was just lights out. Was actually shocked to see him pitch as long as he did. And then, yeah, man, when you get Alex Cobb in there, that's how the Giants won 3 World Series, was off of pitching. And honestly, if they can sneak into the playoffs right now on August 30th, a 3-man rotation of Cobb, Harrison, and Logan Webb looks pretty decent, doesn't it?
Yes, and they've done a good job mixing and matching everybody else as well. There's also a slogan the Giants had, I think it was 1986 when they had Will Clark and they had Robbie Thompson, and they were just coming into their own. 87, they would win the division. 89, go to the World Series and lose to the A's. But their slogan then was, you got to like these kids. Not the greatest slogan, but it also kind of applies to this team right now. All of a sudden, well, Bailey's a rookie and that guy's a rookie. And they got a rookie in center field. They got a rookie at third base. All of a sudden, Farhan's plan is coming to fruition and the farm system is producing players. Although I'll also say a better right fielder would have made that catch last night. And would have had his no-hitter.
Yeah, that was the thing that got it.
Is that fair to say?
No, that's 100% fair to say. He took a really bad route on that ball. A really bad route. But hey, man, you win the game, and sucks for Cobb. He doesn't get the no-hitter. But you play the game to win the game. I don't know. I'm not as high on the farm system. I know they've had guys, but, Patrick Bailey, to me, that's awesome. You're talking about a guy who's probably a top 5 Gold Glove candidate as a rookie this year. Meckler still remains to be seen. He's struggled since coming up.
Oh, yeah. It's like about time he struggled. I think he was playing college baseball last year.
Yeah, JUCO, actually. But no, it's college baseball.
So you said that, and I thought, okay, because I think he got cut off his college team at some point.
Did he start in high A this year? Correct. He started at high A,
and they kept bringing him up like, okay, now we'll see. And he just kept batting average high, and he's finally, water finds its level when you're talking about Major League Baseball players.
Casey Schmidt came up and he was red hot, but he's cooled off. So it's like, okay, what Casey Schmidt is the one we should be expecting over the next several years. The guy who's been hurt that I think, though, is going to be a stud for them is Marco Luciano. And I think they have been grooming. I think that's a big reason why they signed Brandon Belt to that deal when they did off, Belt obviously was having, not Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford. He was having a great year in 21 when they gave him that extension. But I think they're like, okay, can we just get you to bridge the gap for 2 more years? And I also think it's why they didn't go out and get a shortstop, because that's at the trade deadline. You heard like, man, the Giants really need to shore up the shortstop
the Young's
position.
On the phone, but you're right.
No, but I think Luciano's your starting shortstop next year, probably, right?
Yeah, that would be the hope. You know what no one talks about when they talk about that 107 win season, and you just kind of touched on it. To me, it's crystal clear that you had the pandemic year and you had a 60-game season. The next year, you had some of your veterans, Posey, Crawford, Belt. They didn't have to play a full season the year before.
Well, Posey didn't play all the year before.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And they went off that year because they were so rested.
Yes. No, they really did. And I've actually never thought of it from that perspective, but you're 100% correct. How could you not link the fact that it was, again, for Belt and Crawford, 60, for Posey, 0. Yeah, well-rested come that season. Yeah, because then you look at the next year, Crawford, just fell off of a cliff. Posey retires, and then Belt wasn't much last year either. And I think his better days are behind him, even in, he's getting some playing time in Toronto this season. But 100%. That was just a product of, well, it matters, I guess. Is that like a great example of load management to the max?
The pandemic. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So load management does work. We have found out after all these years when it comes to vets, load management works.
Yeah, but it is funny in baseball. We always want to, I'll speak for myself. I always want to watch a team for, sometimes you watch a game you watch a team in a series and they don't play well. And there's just that temptation. You go, well, they're no good.
Right.
And baseball doesn't work that way, man.
It really doesn't. Even the Dodgers, prior to getting on their hot streak this year, kind of like showing signs of being good. But then you saw them where they had a couple losing streaks too, where it's like, this is the team we expected with the losses in the offseason that they had. And then all of a sudden, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman just like, okay, it's time to go off now. And it's an example of, I did not think the Dodgers would be here. Where they're at this year. I thought this was the Padres division. I'm like, you know what? Bob Melvin is there. Bob Melvin is the guy that's going to get that clubhouse in order. They went to the NLCS last year. They got better in the offseason. And man, they just took a crap. You can't. Is baseball harder to predict than football preseason? Because,
Yeah, I
football
think so.
obviously has those teams that make the playoffs that just come out of nowhere. It seems like every year.
You
as
just
well.
have so many more moving parts.
Right.
You mentioned San Diego. And again, not that we're going to talk about who's in the Padres all show long, but the Padres lost last night in 10 innings to St. Louis 6-5. The Padres have not won an extra inning game all year.
That's bad.
Everybody wins extra inning games.
Yeah, at least once or
the ball
twice.
bounces your way. Everybody's like, hey, we won. They haven't won an extra inning game all year.
Bad. That is insane.
Which is bad luck. And it also takes a toll on you.
By the way, and we're talking about predicting and looking at a team, series by series. Who would have thought the Cardinals would be what they were this year as well?
Right. And the Yankees.
The Mets.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, again, you can't predict it. You can't predict it off of one series. You can't predict it off half a season.
Okay, but I'm going to ask you to predict it because as of right now, the Giants, if the playoffs started today, let me check. They don't. But if they did, the Giants would be in. Are they going to make the postseason?
I think so. Based off of, I think they're going to get just enough help back as long as Yastrzemski can stay healthy in September. Haniger being back, I think, matters a lot because when Mitch Haniger's healthy, he's a great bat to have in the lineup. If they can get everybody healthy in that lineup, start producing a little more at the plate, I think they'll be able to ride this weird pitching platoon and all this weird stuff that they've done with their pitching staff.
It seems weird to traditionalists, but I think they all understand it.
For sure.
And there is a sense of order there.
No, there is definitely a sense of order. They know what it is. You have, up until, I would say, the last couple of weeks, a guy that looked like the best closer in baseball, though, there's been a struggle there. But, I think I don't buy the Reds. I think they're just a little too young. And I think they are a great story that will be – I'm more interested in what they'll do next season. I'm being honest, and I haven't bought the Diamondbacks all year. And I don't buy the Diamondbacks now. I think the Giants have a better roster. I think the Giants squeak in as the 6th seed.
I think the Giants have, after the Reds today, I think they have a 4-gamer with the Padres.
Yep.
And I think this is a good time to catch a Padre team that right now is just like, all right, we give up.
Well, but the Padres have had this like defeated attitude, it feels like, all year. Like, I know you pay more attention to the Padres than I do. Is it just like a mesh of guys that don't get along and that clubhouse is just kind of...
I don't know if it's that so much as they haven't hit and the bullpen has been bad and continues to let them down. And it gives the appearance, when teams don't play well, it looks like they're not trying sometimes.
Right.
And sometimes not. No, they're trying.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not
making it
well.
If you were a millionaire living in San Diego, would you want to play baseball?
That's a good point. I always said I could have never gone to college in San Diego for the obvious reasons. Yeah, no, if I'm
You played just enough to make sure you got your money. And
Exactly.
And no more.
Yes. No, I think Chris brings up an excellent point, man. It's like, man, I'm a millionaire in, one of the nicest cities in America to be a millionaire in. Yeah, no, probably a little more relaxed minded if you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah. They also have like 6 guys who play every day.
Yep.
And, and they're older guys and they get a lot of money, but still, you can't do that in baseball.
No, you
No
can't.
matter who you are.
No, guys need a break here and
Yeah.
there, as we just exampled with
the roster's kind of thin.
Yeah, but it's top heavy.
Can't do that.
It is. But yeah, all of a sudden the Giants went from, oh man, this team. When are they going to get rid of Farhan? And now it's like, hey, look at this. And it's legit. There's legitimate energy as far as that goes for what that's worth, at least the last couple nights.
Farhan has I know it's a club option for next year. Do you think he gets an extension in the offseason at this point?
I would be willing to bet a lot of Christopher Lott's money that he does.
Me too. Christopher Lott's money, not mine, but
Yes.
definitely Christopher Lott's money.
Yeah, because for all the complaints from fans, I think he's doing exactly what he was hired to do, which is be competitive on a budget.
Yeah, and if you look at the schedule again, so as you illuminated, there's 4 against the Padres. The big series is after that, 3 against the Cubs. If you can put some distance between the Cubs, who are also trying to get into that last wild card spot, then you got 3 against the Rockies and 3 against the Guardians, and then 4 against the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're sitting,
where are those though? Because you never know what's going to happen.
No, first, so the first series is in San Francisco. It's a 3-gamer with the Rockies. Then they're playing at home against the Guardians, and then they go to Coors for 4.
Yeah.
And then they got 2 with the Diamondbacks.
Rockies are better. They're always better at home, and you never know what's going to happen there. In fact, you never know who's going to run on the field or what. Right?
That scary situation.
It was.
Weird situation, too. Super weird. Of all places, too, Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I take that back. They have some legalities there that make more sense. I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah. So the Giants are making baseball interesting again for those who care, but most people are thinking more about the National Football League.
Dun, 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 dun.
Getting close. We're getting close.
But it feels like it's so far still.
Yeah, it's kind of like opening day of the NFL season is Christmas, and right now it's like the day after Thanksgiving or something.
No, it's past that. Like we're done with any Black Friday deals. It's like,
do we have the decorations up
the
yet?
decorations go up in October at this point, so they've been up. Seriously, you go into Walmart now, there's already Christmas stuff.
That's
The
what my wife- that's what
pumpkin, the
Gina told
pumpkin
me.
is starting to go ripe.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
starting to rot a little bit.
When is too early to put your decorations up? Because I have a contest with Skip, my neighbor. And to me, last year he put them up, I think, before Thanksgiving. It's like, no, that doesn't count.
Ooh, I'm with you.
Waving that off.
I've always been a big decorations can go up December 1st.
See, I think the day after Thanksgiving, maybe Thanksgiving, but before Thanksgiving is like, that just doesn't count, Skip.
No, Skip's cheating.
There's
Skip's got a head start.
The trophy goes to the loser, though. And I said, all right, whatever. I'll take it.
Oh, you have the loser trophy?
I
this
have
year?
the loser trophy.
Okay, we're gonna have to workshop something to get you off of that thing.
Well, I could put up the decorations this weekend. And
What if
how
you
about
make
that?
your house Christmas Halloween themed?
I'll consider it.
Okay.
I like it. Coming up next, Trey Lance speaks and Jimmy speaks some more. It's Whitey and Watkins. JayMarZZ in for Waddy today. Has anyone ever called him Waddy?
Yeah, just now.
Should we-
Actually, I think he said that someone in his family called him that.
Really?
I think so.
Maybe we'll try that, see if that's.
Why do I feel like he wouldn't be a fan?
I don't think he would be. We'll find out today when he comes in later. Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports. The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and, and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
At your desk, on your phone, in the car,
Whitey and Watkins.
on Sactown Sports.
Who are we fooling? We've got JayMarZZ in for Chris Watkins today. Chris is better, should be in this afternoon. But here we are. We're getting ready to talk more about the 49ers. But JayMarZZ and I, we want to talk about JaVale McGee. And we will.
The man who will lead the Kings to the NBA Finals is out there. And they're interested.
We just happen to be throwing around birthdays because today's Robert Parish's birthday.
Yes,
I
happy
didn't know that.
70th to the Chief.
Okay. Are the Kings interested in him? If anybody who ever had anything to do with the center position in NBA history is getting a call.
I feel like they've checked in with Chief at least twice.
Sure. What are you doing? How you feeling?
Yeah. You got number 22 season in you. You want to tie Vince Carter? He broke your record.
What is it that they're looking for? Defense, I think.
Defense. Chief was a good defender, man.
Oh, I know.
Leadership qualities. Yeah, 9-time All-Star. I'm saying that might be the guy.
That was not a good trade that the Golden State Warriors made.
No, one of the worst trades in NBA history, because not only do you get off of Robert Parish, who goes on to make 9 All-Star teams in Boston, that Kevin McHale kid was pretty good, too, that they used that pick on.
Yes, so, Robert Parish and the pick that became McHale for Joe Barry Carroll. And I think they got a guy back by the name of Ricky Brown, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not Ricky Berry.
No.
Or not Rick Berry, excuse me.
No.
Yeah, Rick Brown, different.
Yeah. Didn't work out too well for
Joe
the
Barry
Dubs.
Carroll did make an All-Star team one year.
He was, he's kind of like what you're saying guys in San Diego are probably like. Joe Barry Carroll was a really skilled player, and and that's the way some people are. You can't blame him. It's like, I play basketball for a living. I don't like it that much.
I like
but I make a lot of, I love the lifestyle. I can make a lot of money doing it. and I'm pretty good at it. But if you're somebody who's in charge of putting together a roster for a pro sports team, you've got to find those guys that, maybe it's not even entirely healthy, but the guys that need to win.
Yes.
Right?
I like to call it the Mamba mentality. You may have heard of it. It's those guys that it's like they don't even need to win so much. It's just like they despise losing so much that winning is secondary to not losing. Those are the guys I want on my roster.
Yeah, it's just like losing. No, that's not acceptable. And you can't blame them. Like I say, some people are like, I like to play, but if we lose, okay, I'll deal with it.
And I was telling you during the break, I went down for whatever, I can't even remember why. I went down like a Robert Parish rabbit hole last week and found an interview of them talking about going from Golden State to Boston.
Wait, time out, if I may.
Yeah.
20. You went down a Robert Parish rabbit hole?
Yeah.
Why?
I told you, I don't remember why. I just know that
you have to know how crazy you sound right now.
I understand it, but I'm open about it. At least I don't try to hide it. Yeah,
I
probably
you're just on the internet and then Robert Parish pops up like, hey, I wonder.
I want to say it had something to do with seeing Vince Carter getting 22 seasons. I'm like, well, how many did Parish have? I went to Robert Parish on 21.
Okay.
And I went to Robert Parish's Wikipedia, and it was a wrap from there. I was going down Robert Parish lane, and he had mentioned just going from Golden State to Boston. It's like, I couldn't win in Golden State because nobody cared about winning. And it's like, you get to Boston, that's the only thing they cared about. And that's why he was able to flourish there. It's like, and we talk about that. We've talked about that, the Kings for years. It's just getting in that environment where it's like winning is the only thing that matters. Screw your individual statistics. We come here to win championships. He goes, nobody in Golden State had that mentality when I was there.
Yeah, even Rick Barry was a great player, but he had that episode in the 1976 conference finals where they're about to advance and they would have played Boston, and they're home fourth quarter Western Conference Finals against the Suns, Rick Barry, he's pouting like he didn't want the ball. It was the weirdest thing. He was mad that he wasn't getting enough shots or something, and then he would pass up shots. It was one of the strangest things I've ever seen in my life. He was upset about something, but a guy who really at that point wanted to win. And look, he was a great player. He's underrated, but he at that point, maybe this is something part of what Robert Parish was talking about, although I don't think he was there yet. It was like there was something more important than winning.
Yeah, and was it proving a point like you guys aren't getting me enough shots?
I think so.
Do you think he does that if they don't win the title the year before?
Yeah, probably
He
not.
had a ring in his back pocket already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now I'm going to prove a point. You should be doing more for me, and I'm going to show you why I'm the most important player on this team.
You know, what we're talking about really is, it's kind of a buzzword, an umbrella term, but culture.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that Jimmy Garoppolo did for the 49ers that was underappreciated. I know Jimmy spoke yesterday to Sports Illustrated. Here's what Jimmy, by the way, had to say about the Trey Lance trade and the 49er situation overall with quarterbacks.
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man. Happy he's getting to Dallas, gets another opportunity. Hopefully things work out there. But this is a weird league. Everyone has a different story how they get to places, myself included in that. Just it's never a straight line. There's always going to be bumps in the road, some things you got to overcome, and I think Trey's made the right stuff. He's a good dude. Love that guy. He's a brother to me, so I'm always pulling for him.
See, I didn't even know Jimmy Garoppolo played keyboards, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
right?
that is
pretty
Jimmy.
good.
No, 100%.
As he's talking, yeah.
And definitely something the Niners didn't appreciate about him, if I may say so myself.
Going. Here's where I think they'll miss Jimmy. What Jimmy did there, and obviously he fell out of favor with Kyle Shanahan, and he went through, you're benched, or you have the coach saying less than glowing things about you. But every time they needed him to play, he played hard and they rallied around him. He didn't always play great. He threw interceptions. He got hurt. But I really think that set a tone for that team. Everybody else on that team looking at that going, man, Jimmy's not perfect, but they're wow, the way he's being treated. And yet when he plays, he doesn't care about all that.
Right.
So let's win.
Yeah, no, and that was, to your point, Jimmy was that guy. Jimmy had the right mentality. I didn't like Jimmy on the field. I'll just be 100% honest. I always like Jimmy Garoppolo, the person. He always says the right thing. And you see it in interviews like this, right? He's still very classy. I mean, I'm sure there is so much that went on in conversation behind the scenes that we don't know about, and he could trash the organization on the way out. We've seen guys do that before, but that's just not his style. I don't think he's going to be super successful just because he's playing for the Raiders. And you talk about culture and environment. That's just not the culture and environment to be able to succeed in. But it does raise the question then, do you think that they would have been better off because of that leadership And now with everything they've put around him, like, you know what? Jimmy could have got them and won a Super Bowl this year. Is he that good of a quarterback to do that with what they have around him now?
They came so close. I think two things ultimately spelled doom for Jimmy. One was just how much money they had to pay him, and you couldn't pay him and keep the team together.
Right.
And the other one was he just kept getting hurt.
He kept getting hurt. And he also, and I think this is a Kyle Shanahan thing too, is it's very clear when you watch Brock Purdy, right? Brock Purdy, he progresses really well, gets the ball.
Oh, you're right.
Quickly,
There's the football part of it too.
And that's the thing I think people kind of underestimated when you talk about Jimmy Garoppolo's record. And everyone's like, well, the guy wins, right? But how many of those games were won off of Robbie Gould's leg or the defense just keeping the opposing offense under enough points that the 49ers could squeak by? Because it's not like Jimmy was this juggernaut offensive quarterback. You know, he struggled to get the ball downfield. And he really struggled with those progressions, man. If that first read wasn't there, it took him a while. And, you know, you'd see him end up on the ground a lot because of it.
Yep, you're right. One thing that made him a really good fit for the offense, though, was if that first read was there, Jimmy got the ball out like lightning.
Yep.
And that's a really important part of that offense. So I wonder if Kyle is ever going to find his guy. I think John Lynch was the one that brought Jimmy in. It's like, he's the guy. You know, it took them forever before Kyle felt like Jimmy could play. And then he never was totally satisfied with him. Was that Jimmy, or is there something about Kyle where he's never going to find his guy? I think we'll get a big part of that answer this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. It feels like Brock Purdy is his guy, but you mentioned Jimmy not being the guy. I kind of felt the same way about Trey Lance. By the end there, to me, it felt like Trey Lance was more of a John Lynch guy. And once he didn't perform to Kyle's expectations, it was very easy for Kyle to just kind of leave him on the side.
By the way, Trey Lance spoke with reporters yesterday as far as the trade goes. Not how I think a lot of people expected it to go, but I believe that everything happens for a reason. The reason was you weren't very good. I think I'm here for a reason. The reason was you weren't very good, San Francisco. But he says, I really tried to not expect anything one way or the other, but I can say that when I heard Cowboys, I had a big smile on my face. A little bit surreal for me hearing I was going to come here knowing everything about this historic organization. Did you happen to see what Steve Young said about the whole thing?
I did not.
Steve Young said, I have PSD. PSD. I don't believe in ever trading anything to the Cowboys. I remember Charles Haley. So
yeah, no, that was that didn't work out very well for the 49ers. I'm with you though, and I think if I had to bet, which I'm not a betting man, 1-800-GAMBLER, I don't think Trey Lance sees much time in Dallas this year or at all, period. So I'm not like too much, but I have had that go through my mind of, okay, Dakota goes down, and then Cooper Rush goes down. Trey Lance out of nowhere becomes the guy that beats the 49ers in the playoffs. Oh, my. I've had that PTSD happen.
Yeah, thank you. I misspoke on that thing. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, thank you. First,
of course,
on that. Coming up next, did the 49ers do anything significant on Cutdown Day? Did anybody? That's next year. JayMarZZ and Whitey, Sactown Sports.
Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track, makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Enjoy the prime grilling season today with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get 10% off select in-stock Trex Enhanced Naturals composite decking. And there's more. Now through September 1st, earn 3 times the bonus points per dollar on select pass load nailers and nails. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Trex offer valid 8/24 through 9/6. Selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 9/1.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Christopher Lott with your Sactown Sports Headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get their roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster moves, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fragoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA demolished Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards is the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
Chris Watkins feeling much better. He'll be along this afternoon. He's going to be hosting 2 to 6 with Gary Sharp. So I got JayMarZZ with me today. Hello, and thanks for helping me out with the term PTSD.
You're welcome. Am I a consolation prize? Do I even get the prize word next to me? Like, what am I?
We're all part of the same miracle.
That's it.
I'll take that.
You're our superstar guest today.
Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Heck yeah.
Yes.
So can I change my Twitter profile to superstar guest JayMarZZ?
I'm stunned that you haven't already done that.
Well, I just got, awarded the name. So
I was assumed. I assumed you knew that.
No, I assume nothing.
You've been a sports fan a long time, I assume, if I may make that
That
assumption.
is a correct assumption.
Have you ever seen an NFL cutdown day like yesterday where waivers in baseball and basketball were more significant than anything that happened on NFL cutdown day?
What was the most significant cut? Was it Billy Zapp in New England? Is that probably it?
I think it was.
Because I was with you. I'm waiting for the Niners cuts to come out. And I'm like, oh, this isn't, there's no fodder here for us to talk about tomorrow. Yeah, no, it was really boring.
Mm-hmm.
I think of all the cuts made yesterday, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim of the U.S. made the most significant, right? Of all of the cuts yesterday.
6 guys. And then some pretty good players.
Yeah, Lucas Giolito, who they was supposed to be their big acquisition to help keep Shohei here in that playoff push.
Hunter Renfroe.
Yeah.
I think Randall Grichuk.
Yep. No, there's 6 guys that they cut yesterday. I'm like, oh my gosh. I even saw someone float out the idea that like, hey, should Major League Baseball step in? Because there's guys here that could impact the playoff race.
And then we'll know where, if anywhere, they're going tomorrow. And Brody Brazil, the great Brody Brazil, pointed out that in theory, the A's could take all these guys.
They could.
They could pick up every one of them.
Yeah.
Because they would have first shot at them, but according to the waiver process.
They would have to pay them, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's
but prorated for,
that's still too much.
Another month, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a lot to put on that payroll. They're losing $40 million this year.
Yeah. Hey, I'm writing the checks. Trust me. I know where the money goes.
Yeah, right to your bank account.
And then the JaVale McGee situation as well.
Oh, man. Boy, I always wonder this, if it's just because we're so focused on like the Kings fan base, for instance, because as Kings fans, as guys covering the team, is there a fan base that gets more made out of a 35-year-old journeyman center getting let go and him possibly being on the roster? Like, no, I feel like there's a lot being made of that I'm like, okay.
I think it's always been that way here. Going back to when the Kings first came here in 85, anybody who had anything to do with the Kings was, wow, it's a basketball player. The Kings had to add this guy, that guy. I think we've always been fascinated with every last spot on the roster, other than those few periods where, it was so dreadful that there wasn't a lot of interest.
Yeah, I remember growing up, my dad is from the LA area. So when the Kings signed Kurt Rambis, that was like a big deal in our house. Like Kurt Rambis of the Showtime NBA champion Los Angeles Lakers is going to be donning a Sacramento Kings jersey. And that was around the same time I asked him too, like, well, Dad, why don't Kings trade Kurt Rambis for Michael Jordan? I thought I came up with a good trade. He then explained to me why, and I didn't believe it. I still think my trade would have been beneficial for the Chicago Bulls.
In the early days of the Kings, you'd get calls on this sports talk, which wasn't the station at the time, but you'd have calls like, I don't know why the Kings don't trade Michael Jackson and Ben Guillory and get Akeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, that would have been a good deal.
That no one would do that.
Yeah, no. We call those now 2K trades where you can override the computer just to get whoever you want on the roster. Yeah, it's funny. Actually, my first on-air shift here, like no joke, I have the text line up. First thing that pops up, have the Kings considered trading Willie Cauley-Stein for LeBron? I'm like, they've probably considered it. I just don't think Cleveland has.
My favorite proposed trade on the station was Shaquille O'Neal for Chris Webber, straight up.
Oh,
really?
Oh, someone's.
I'm surprised Petrie didn't make that. Didn't make that call.
I can't believe that either. I'm surprised that it was. I think Jerry West was still running the Lakers at the time. Didn't make that call.
Were you surprised by as much interest as there was in Keta coming back? I mean, people were excited about that. I mean, Keita's back. Whoa, hey, I didn't think he would be.
I think there's still that when you get, and it's just like, it's almost a sickness in this city, is you hear what these guys could be, right? Like when they drafted Nimi Keita, it's like, oh my God, this guy is massive. He blocked how many shots a game at Utah State? Like, he can really develop into somebody. And yeah, there was just this, and then you watch him play and, he was second in G League MVP voting last year. Like they really got somebody here. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I don't even think he makes the roster if I'm being 100% honest.
It's a good thing though, because it's a reflection of the only game in town syndrome.
Oh, it really is. And it's like you over evaluate. I mean, there has been guys over the years that we're kind of talking about where it's just like, they're not getting playing time. And there are pockets of the fan base that equate the idea of, this team would win if Kyle Guy got 30 minutes a game. And it's like, it's a sickness. And to your point, I think it's only team in town sickness.
As a proud Sacramentan, I think we as a community see all the blemishes when they're on the team and then all the bright spots when there's talk about them leaving or when they actually do leave.
Yes, exactly. It's just like we blame the organization it's the organization's fault that we saw the blemishes and not the bright spots. Like Ben McLemore was that. I had Ben McLemore syndrome where I'm like, the guy doesn't get any consistent playing time. I think he had 4 head coaches in 4 years. Like, this is the organization's fault. Then he goes to Memphis and Portland and LA. And it's just like,
the guy can't really shoot that well.
Well, the shot looks good, but for whatever reason, it just never seems to go into the orange circle thing. I don't get it. Yeah. So no, Chris is exactly right on that.
You're right. Bailey Zappi, probably the biggest cut yesterday. The biggest cut of the week was probably Colt McCoy.
Yeah.
And that was earlier in the week. And that was wait, why would they do that? Oh, they're tanking.
Yeah. I said, I don't know who had a worse day that day, Colt McCoy or Caleb Williams. Like, who had the worst day that day?
Are you buying this, caving for Caleb?
Yes. Caving for Caleb is outstanding.
Is it?
It is. Give yourself credit. You're always beating yourself up, but you come up with some wonderful things. Crashing for Caleb. 100%. Let's do it.
Caving.
Yeah.
You
How about
crashing?
caving and crashing? Because this is pretty devastating.
So that was probably the most significant deal yesterday. The 49ers, by the way, today they found that one of the guys they cut that you assume they would have wanted to bring back to the practice squad, he gone because a couple guys have already been claimed on waivers. Keith Ismail and Ilm Manning, offensive lineman, claimed by the Cardinals. Okay, but undrafted rookie corner Deshaun Jameson scooped up by the Carolina Panthers. I was talking to Emil yesterday. I think he was a little surprised or maybe disappointed, if not surprised, that Deshaun Jameson didn't make the 53-man roster because he played well at times this year.
Yeah, no,
secondary.
He did look good in the secondary a little bit. How dramatic on a level of 1 to 10 was Emil about it? Because Emil can get pretty worked up when these guys get cut.
He was, for Emil, he was probably a good 7.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. No, it's
just the tone and the look on his face.
Was it the somber tone or was it the I can't believe it tone?
It was more like a "this is not good" tone.
Oh
you know?
yeah,
Like,
this is gonna end the Niners season.
But like I say, just kind of disappointed. I think what happened to Sean Jameson when he had a chance against Denver to return punts and that didn't go well, I think the writing was on the wall there.
Yeah, no, for sure, because they definitely want somebody to do that.
Ronnie Bell, baby.
Ronnie Bell is an interesting case because, man, was a lot made about, his teammates had his back. You saw him have those moments in the preseason where he looked really good. But, man, there was also a couple moments where, the ball went through his hands that led to interceptions. Now, I don't think the 49ers season depends on whether or not Ronnie Bell has a great year this year.
Yeah, if he's playing wide receiver, you're already in trouble.
If he's your WR1, to your point, the season's
It
already
is
gone
over.
south. Yeah, so I don't make a big deal about the 50, 51, 52, 53 guys on the roster. When it comes down to it, it's going to be, the guys that they're paying all the money to is going to determine how they do. But I do like the story of Ronnie Bell, right? And he was a 6th or 7th round pick.
7th.
This is, I think, the third straight season a 7th round pick has made the opening day roster, that's a cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird. I was talking about this with Gary Sharp. If you look
49ers draft upside down.
Exactly. If you were to grade how they are in the first round, Nick Bosa is the only thing that really, and Brandon Ayuk, I guess, to a degree. Those are like the only good picks they've ever, Lynch has ever really
Remember
truly
Trey
made.
Sermon, 3rd round, he got cut yesterday.
Yeah, the Eagles.
Yeah. And Cameron Latu, 3rd round pick. And he's kind of fortunate in a way, as odd as this sounds, that he got injured because otherwise he probably would have gotten cut.
Right.
And Moody was a 3rd round pick and he's on the team, but everyone's just kind of pretending everything's okay.
Right. And then you get guys like Purdy, who's a 7th round pick. Kittle was a 5th round pick. I think Dre Greenlaw was a 5th round pick, Fred Warner was a 3rd or 4th round pick. But when you look at
Greenlaw, I think was 5th. And
Greenlaw was 5th.
Yeah.
It's
Aziz Al-Shirer's not here anymore. He was a 5th, I think.
Yeah. And then there's one other person on the active roster that was a 7th round pick as well the year before Purdy. And it's just like, can maybe just trade your 1st round picks for late and get all the late round picks? Because
it's really weird.
It is. It's strange. Would you rather have a guy that hits great in the 1st round or a guy that's way better 2nd through 7th?
I'd rather have a guy who hits in the 1st round because that's where the better players are.
Allegedly.
Right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, if you're hitting on there, supposedly you're getting good players.
And it's not just the misses, it's the level of misses. It's like, we're going to draft Solomon Thomas when Patrick Mahomes is still available.
On the YouTube chat here, fans_only. I don't think he likes what I'm saying about Jimmy. Jimmy can play. Jimmy's the guy. Jimmy gets the ball out fast. I think he's being sarcastic.
No. You sarcastic? No, you were right. When Jimmy sees his first read, he gets the ball out fast.
Yeah.
Kyle said Jimmy can throw the ball real far.
Yeah. Kyle said, we can win with Jimmy. That was so funny when Kyle was trying to talk up Jimmy because it's a guy who doesn't believe he's good enough, but he couldn't say that.
Also,
so I've said we've won with Jimmy.
Jimmy can throw Jimmy can throw the ball real far. We're never going to call a go route while he's the quarterback because he can't throw it past 20 yards.
It's so funny to watch Kyle try to do that exercise. James Knight says Trey has that athlete speak down. His whole interview was cliches. Yeah, he didn't say much. That's one thing he might have learned from Jimmy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mm-hmm. Manny Too Legit question on JaVale. His mom not coming too. Lots of, Pam McGee comments, former Monarchs.
Yes. Yeah. No, I don't think they're a package deal, although I'm sure she would show up at Golden One Center to cheer on her son. Maybe sit next to Carmichael Dave courtside, enjoy some popcorn and brownies. What do you think about that?
That sounds very enjoyable, except for the part about sitting next to Carmichael Dave.
Yeah.
And then Pike 916 with a great answer to your question. He says, I'd rather hit on late picks, cost less in the long run. If a top pick hits, they want all the team's money.
Well, I mean, could you build this roster the way you've built it if you're, I believe Brock Purdy makes $17 an hour this year? Just saying.
Mm-hmm. That works. That was the whole play. That's why they picked Trey,
Yeah.
That's what they said. We wanted a rookie quarterback so he could keep our team together. They just picked the wrong guy.
Yeah. And then,
the wrong year to do that.
Brock Purdy happened to fall in their lap. That's the thing. That pick saved that front office.
It sure did. And it fell right in their lap. It saved them if he is the guy, and we'll find out. Speaking of Trey Lance, he is not the guy Dak should be worried about. Tell you who is next year. It's JayMarZZ and Whitey. This is Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Whitey
and Watkins
on Sactown Sports. Will Brandon Ayuk emerge as a star in the Bay this season?
Not going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk.
Can Fred Warner lead the Niners defense to another deep playoff run?
And Fred Warner with the INT. Pick City, baby.
Will Brock Purdy hold on to his starting quarterback job?
Purdy going to drop back to pass, try to run forward and go to the end zone standing. Down and Purdy, baby.
Tune into Niners at 9 every day on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Just a short drive from Sacramento to North Stockton is where you'll find the best luxury car buying experience anywhere. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton welcomes you to come down and test drive a new C-Class vehicle or experience a new, gorgeous Mercedes-Benz EQ electric car or SUV. And they're happy to deliver your new Mercedes-Benz to your Sacramento driveway. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Celebrate the crowning of the NTT IndyCar Series champion at the season finale Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, September 8th through 10th. International athletes hitting 180 miles per hour as they roar by. Experience autograph sessions, Ferris wheel, go-karts, and delicious Monterey cuisine. And don't miss IndyCars descending the famous corkscrew at astounding speed and accuracy. Tickets are on sale now at WeatherTechRaceway.com. Don't miss IndyCar racing and the season finale September 8th through 10th. It's the fastest action in America.
The summer patio sale is here at Amy's Outdoor Living in Sacramento and El Dorado Hills. Save from 40 to 70% on all in-stock furniture. From their top brands like Brown Jordan, Tropitone, and Woodard, all umbrellas also priced to move, and you can save hundreds on all in-stock Traeger and Weber grills, plus those scratched and dented floor models. Stop by and sample pizzas cooked on the Big Green Egg. That's all this Saturday from 11 to 2. Listen, this is Amy Outdoor Living's biggest sale of the year. Do not miss these great savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt. That's the one I grew up going to. And inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center. This Saturday, 11 to 2. Biggest sale of the year. Don't miss it. Get down to Amy's today and you tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
Y'all ready to do it again, Sacramento? Country in the Park 2 is coming to Heart Health Park at Cal Expo Saturday, September 9th with Cole Swindell, Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, and more. Plus, a mechanical bull, line dancing saloon, and all the food. Tickets start at $40 or grab your Coors Light Y'all Access passes for $125. For more info, visit SactownSports.com. Country in the Park 2, brought to you by Carl's Jr., Naturewood Home Furnishings, Building Kits Schools, and New Dawn Treatment Centers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Why drive all the way to Hoblet for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event?
Because if you go somewhere else, you're paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, you can save nearly $16,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler 4xe. There are so many to choose from, and even more purchase options. This Jeep will get you where you need to go and save you money on gas getting there.
Oh, Chad, you got any deals on something a little sportier?
Yes, you can save up to $7,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs. You can't beat this mix of technology and American muscle. Plus, no one beats Hoblet service and overall selection.
There it is. Stop by Hoblet Dodge in Woodland today for a test drive or see their entire inventory online at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable price. prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,900 total net savings for lease option only after 12/250 factory rebates and 3650 dealer discounts. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit. Consult your tax professional for details. Lease offers subject to approval through Stellantis. $7,500 total net savings on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXDs after $3,500 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash for qualifying first responders only. 5 net savings. See dealer for details.
Check out Whitey and Watkins now on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and watch the show from your desk.
Whitey and Watkins. Where's Watkins? Where's Watkins been?
Is he under the wet blanket?
On a wet blanket Wednesday, today would be the day, but he should be back this afternoon. And we're excited about having him back this afternoon. He'll be on with Gary Sharp. So, Whitey Gleason and our special super guest star, JayMarZZ.
That's me.
Yeah, he needs kind of the ego stroke there.
Yeah, just a little bit. You're doing
super duper guest star sensation.
I was gonna say something, and then I thought better of it because Chris would have cut it up and used it over my head forever. So,
you wouldn't do that.
No, you're right.
Do
Not
that.
Chris.
On the YouTube chat, again, thank you for being with us. You can also give us a call, text us 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Fans_only says Purdy is a man of the people. Russell says it's going to be a bummer when the Niners realize Purdy isn't good.
Russell,
to which fans only responds, Purdy is solid. Hard to see him not succeed with this team.
Russell is, you think Chris Watkins is a wet blanket? I like Russell. I enjoy Russell. Thanks for being in the chat. I think Russell stays for all 3 shows. Russell is the wet blanket. If you have just whatever the normal take is, he's going to come and crap all over it. That's his gig. Big soccer guy, Russell.
Think he knows what he's doing?
Yeah.
Gets those wheels spinning?
Yeah, I think Russell knows what he's doing.
I will say this. There's been some talk of, wow, now the Cowboys have Trey Lance. Maybe with Dak in the last year of his contract, maybe Trey supplants him. Ooh, and they didn't talk to Dak about it. I don't think there's any way, at least not through this year. There's no way, in my opinion, that right now Trey poses any kind of threat to Dak. None.
Can I go even higher than that? I don't think Trey poses a threat to Cooper Rush. Like Cooper Rush, and remember Jared Jones said last year, we got 2 starting quarterbacks on our team.
Mm-hmm.
We got 2 of them. It could be Dakota or it could be Cooper. You know, and Cooper's shown he can be a starting quarterback in this league. No, there's no way in the world.
Time out.
Yep.
Verlad, how many 1 to 10? How many stars for his Jerry Jones? 10 is like great.
I'll give a 6.
That's pretty good.
Wow, really? I was hoping for a 7. I was hoping for a C.
Work harder.
Very tough judge.
All right, I'm gonna get
sub 5.
I'm gonna get my Jerry up to a 7 before the show's over. That's my goal now.
Okay. All right. And I apologize. I interrupted you.
Oh no,
you know who else played
fine.
really well for the Cowboys in his final game there was Will Grier.
Yeah, I was like, because I thought, I'm like, wait, are the Cowboys gonna carry 4? You know, 1 on the practice squad, but they let Will Grier go for Trey.
And I think the Bengals just picked him up and he's going to their practice squad.
Yeah, which is, again,
I love Will Grier. I've always loved Will Grier.
Big Will Grier guy. Do you have his jersey?
Not yet.
Then you don't
Hasn't
love
arrived
him,
yet.
you like him.
Hasn't arrived yet.
So yeah, that was interesting. It was almost just like they made this trade. I saw this on Twitter X. It was basically someone equated it to like the Cowboys made this trade like they walked into Costco and bought something they didn't need, but they saw it was 90% off. So it's like, oh, sure, just can't pass up on the deal.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. Somebody said, look, Jerry Jones looked at it and said, all right, a 4th round pick. Well, if we were drafting and it was a 4th round and Trey Lance was there, would we take him? Yeah. So we'll just trade a 4th round pick for him.
Yeah, that's easy. And oh, by the way, I get to see myself in the headlines. I get to go on my radio program. I go on
is it going up or going down there?
I get to go on the television.
4.
I get it. Oh, geez. All right. I'm going to workshop this during the break.
It's a little more Bobby Boucher than.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I had a feeling from the look on his face when you started, like, oh, it's not going well.
You know what, though? He's right. That is not as good. I think there's a little too much charisma in that impersonation of Jerry. That's my fault.
Yeah.
I got to work on
I'm
that.
not even going to try now.
Whitey, I think you do a very good job of making him sound real relaxed.
I appreciate that, Chris Verlad. Yeah.
Oh, yours is better than mine. I'm not trying anymore. Yours is way better than mine.
I'm afraid to dust it off here.
Nah, dust it off.
Verlad. Yeah. I'm with you. Trey Lance, I don't see how, to be frank, he's in a better situation other than he's someplace else and they want him. And clearly the 49ers got to the point where they didn't want him anymore. They loved him and they hadn't given up on him. And, he can still be great, but we don't want him. So is he really in a better spot now?
Well, let's take that emotionalness out of this, right? And you're just Trey Lance as a football player, and you have to evaluate this just from a football standpoint. Do you want to be third in San Francisco, where there is injury history there with legit every quarterback that plays? And it's like, okay, I'm third, but man, there's a chance I can play here on a, Super Bowl caliber team. Or I can go to Dallas where, man, it's likely that is Dakota and Cooper's squad. I'm not going to get any playing time. And I think the 49ers have a better roster. Not that Dallas sucks. I feel like he was better off being third string in San Francisco.
You are right, except for this. I don't think he was third string in San Francisco.
Do you think they were going to cut him?
I think he was number 4.
You think he'd have been practice squad or cut?
I don't think they could have afforded to cut him because they would have had to pay him. It didn't make sense. I think they would have. I don't think they liked him as much as Allen, but I don't think they could have cut him. But I really do think that's where it was. I think he was 4th in Kyle's mind.
So he would have been mentally 4th, but 3rd on the actual depth chart just for financial purposes?
I think so, yes.
Wow.
I think they would have moved Allen to the practice squad. Dangerous because then someone could have plucked him off of there.
I feel there is beef in the next several years. There's going to be a reality show about the quarterbacks that Kyle didn't like and get them all together in one house.
Special season of quarterback on Netflix.
Real quarterbacks of the 49ers.
Yes.
Like, I feel like that should be a thing.
I totally agree. I would watch every episode.
You have Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
You have Trey Lance. Someone on this roster currently will be cut thinking that Kyle had them as their guy. But, I mean, just those two in general.
Yeah, you start with like 3 of them, and then every so often, ding dong, who's that? It's Brian Hoyer.
Special guest Brian Hoyer.
Yeah, it's CJ Beathard. And he's in a body cast, I still haven't recovered.
Nick Mullins. I was never the same after San Francisco.
Poor Nick Mullins. Remember what happened to him when Jimmy got hurt that the pandemic year?
Yeah.
And right before he was starting, he played well against the Giants. Then he had a Sunday night game against the Eagles. And Kurt Warner went on TV and said, Nick Mullins is going to make a lot of money this year. And then he went out and had one of the worst games any quarterback has ever had.
I think that was the same game where we christened the name Big Pick Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was hard to watch.
It was really bad.
There's no one else there on the sideline except the guy on the other team.
Nope.
Nick. I think Nick got hurt that year before he let out. Eventually he needed surgery.
Right.
I think his arm was killing him most of the year, and they never said anything. That's the only explanation for how bad he played.
I'm happy he's still a backup in the league, though. Good for him. Good for him, because you see it with like Brian Hoyer, man. Brian Hoyer's in like year 17, something crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brian Hoyer's made something like $35 million over his career.
I may have heard you guys talking about
that's
that.
That's not a bad gig to be a backup in $35 million later.
Nick Mullins' story is a great story as long as he's not on your team.
Right, or on the field.
Coming up next, we've got an NFL writer who went ahead and predicted the outcome of every NFL game this year. I don't know why you do that, but he did it. And if he's right, 49ers have nothing to worry about. That's next with Whitey and JayMarZZ, Sactown Sports.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports. Need the breakdown of the latest 49er game?
Everybody, Team Trey, Team Brock. Nobody likes Sam. I mean, to me, they're all 49ers. I don't care who plays.
Want to know what to expect from the Beam team this season?
I don't honestly know who's going to have a better record, the Warriors or the Kings. That's interesting because the Warriors did have a lot of injuries last year, but they're also old.
Got to get that MLB fix down the stretch? Looking for articles from your favorite hosts?
For all that and more, visit SactownSports.com.
Did you know the average person walks 100,000 miles in their lifetime? It's true. That's a whole lot of stress, strain, and pressure ultimately put on 2 feet. Hi, DC Doug Christie here for the Good Feet store. As a spokesperson for Good Feet, I run into all sorts of surprising foot-related facts. Like, despite relatively few Americans being born with foot issues, over time, 75% of all adults will experience painful foot or foot-related problems. By supporting all 4 arches of the foot, the Good Feet 3-step arch support system can help return your foot and whole body to its proper alignment. Come to the Good Feet store for a free, no obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk. Experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Are you ready to cruise into the new school year in style? Look no further than Elk Grove Kia's Back to School sales event happening right now. Rev up your engines because the 2023 Kia Forte LXS is calling your name. Zoom through town in this sleek ride for just $149 a month plus tax. Unbeatable style and affordability in one package. But wait, it gets even better. Feel the adrenaline rush with the 2024 Kia K5 GT line, the hottest sedan this side of the Pacific. Get behind the wheel for only $299 a month plus tax. Experience power, performance, and sophistication like never before. Don't miss out on the best selection we've had in over 3 years. Check us out at Elk Grove Kia or elkgrovekia.com. 2023 Forte 24-month lease of $149 plus tax with $41.30 required at signing, residual of $15,256 at $10K per year, 20 cents per mile. Reserve security deposit required subject to finance approval. GK 8921 expires 8/31/23. 2024 K5 24-month lease of $299 plus tax with $47.12 required at signing, residual of $21,782 at $10K per year, 20 cents per mile. Reserve security deposit required subject to finance approval. GK 8932 expires 8/31/23.
Elk Grove Kia.
For a business to thrive, there needs to be a constant stream of new customers. This happens through strong lead generation. Did you know that lead generation is one of the most important tools of any marketing campaign? Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products and services to them. To get started today, contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. Well, it's not unusual these days to see the A's start 5 rookies in a ballgame. And as August comes to a close, and even in a tough year, first baseman Ryan Noda, a Rule 5 selection in the offseason from the Dodgers, has been a standout. He is currently number 6 in the American League in walks, and given enough at-bats to qualify, his .382 on-base percentage would be 4th best in the league. Ken Korak here, introducing you to the Xfinity 10G network. Xfinity is undergoing a multi-year network evolution, giving you a powerful connection today while building toward a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The Xfinity 10G network gives you the fastest internet with even faster speeds rolling out all the time. You also get a consistent and reliable connection when everyone's online, even during peak hours. That's a home run. If you want to learn more, go online at xfinity.com/10G.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit, plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Chris Verlade with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get the roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster moves, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fregoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards was the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
Whitey Gleason and JayMarZZ today. Jay Marshall. Don't worry about Chris Watkins. You get to hear him today, 2 to 6 with Gary Sharp. How about that? Does Gary Sharp know it's a wet blanket Wednesday? He has no idea.
And I've worked with Gary.
My bad.
I've worked with Gary a couple times. Genuinely positive guy.
I know.
Oh, he's about to get hit over the head with a wet blanket like none other today.
Ryder did something that, before we get into it, JayMarZZ, I want to ask you if you think this is a good idea or not. Connor Orr, long time, very respected NFL writer, he decided, I don't know if he's done this in the past, he decided he was going to take all 272 games in the regular season NFL schedule here in August, and he was going to predict the outcome of each of those games. You think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
I don't think there's many worst ideas you could have.
Okay, I'm kind of with you. Like, what a colossal waste of time, right?
Is he just bored? It's like, it's like filling out a 60-player mock draft. Like, let's just see how close I get just because.
That's probably it, right?
Yeah.
Connor, we need this many words from you on the site. Okay, I'll do every game. Great.
Awesome.
Great. Yeah.
The Yahoos in Sacramento will talk about it. Do it.
I mean, how can you even predict the 49ers and the Steelers, the opener? We don't know who's playing or who's healthy.
No.
Yeah.
Everyone was circling the Eagles game. That's the big match. I'm like, dude, both of these teams could be decimated by injuries in week 12, and that game may be completely meaningless and flexed. Like, it's dumb.
But bless him for trying, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives us something to kick around here. So here's week by week, 49ers this year. I'm not going to give you the scores. I don't think he does scores. But he has them winning. Yay, 49ers. Win the opener.
1-0.
Lose at LA to the Rams. Then they beat the Giants. They beat Arizona. Lose to the Cowboys.
At home?
Yeah.
On Sunday Night Football?
Yes.
That's Trey Lance is going to get him.
They win at Cleveland. They win at Minnesota. Sorry, Watkins. They lose to the Bengals, and then they have the bye. So that leaves them going to the bye 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3. Come out of the bye at Jacksonville.
Trevor Lawrence is going to have 9 touchdowns that game.
Which would mean they'd be 5-4 at that point, and that would look a lot like the last 2 49er seasons.
Yeah, and would cause a lot of panic, would cause a lot of unnecessary drama. Is Brock Purdy really the guy? Did they make a mistake not keeping Trey Lance? That will be the entire conversation, by the way.
From there, Connor Orr says the 49ers will win, and win to finish 13-4. He's got them 5-4, 1 game out of the bye. Then he's got them running the table against Tampa Bay, Seattle, Philadelphia, Seattle again, Arizona, Baltimore, the Washington Commanders, and the Rams. 13-4, tied. Connor Orr, remember he did the whole league, tied with Cincinnati for the best record in the National Football League.
And that must mean that after they go 5-4 and that loss, because if we're going to look at this and how he broke this down, we have to put our own context around it and what is leading to this, right? That's the moment that they realize, you know what? Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Sam Darnold gets onto the field and leads them and doesn't lose a ball game and wins the Super Bowl.
He writes, I feel like it's somewhat redundant for me to champion the 49ers, an organization that I have been notably obsessed with for 3 years now. Brock Purdy is back and really good. The roster is stable, experienced in the right places, young and aggressive in others. I don't see a team in their immediate rear view in the NFC right now. That includes last year's conference champions, the Eagles. Connor Orr, 13-4 49ers, tied for best record in the league with Cincinnati and the best record in the NFC.
Well, I'll say this. I hope Connor's right. As a San Francisco 49ers fan, I had 12 or 13 games, but I want to say, Vegas have them at like 10.5? I thought that was incredibly low. Like, Vegas clearly not buying the Brock Purdy hype if you got this team at.
Vegas just knows that people around the country are still going, Brock Purdy, who's that? He's no good.
I've always said this. If Brock Purdy were a 4th round pick last year, are we even having the conversation of, is Brock Purdy good? Is Brock right?
Yeah, but not to the same extent.
Sure, because it's the fact that he's the last pick in the draft. I think it's the fact that he went to Iowa State.
Mhm.
I think it's the fact that
whose voice was that? Was that Jerry or was that some random Iowa State?
That was some random Iowa Stater that moved from the South to Iowa.
All right.
And then the fact that he's 6'1". I feel like if Brock Purdy's a second-round pick at 6'1", like people are calling him the next Drew Brees, because hyperbole is a thing between fans and talking heads. And I feel like literally the only thing people are still holding on to with Brock Purdy is that last pick. That's it. Like, you can't look at his game. Like, look at him in the preseason. He looked excellent. He's getting the ball down the field. He can run with the ball. He's making quick decisions. When it's time to get the ball out, he makes the right decision too, whether that's getting it to a receiver or, hey, man, it's time to throw the ball away, or, hey, I need to scramble. Like, the kid makes all the right decisions.
I still think there's a lot of people around the country who don't understand the position in this offense. They don't understand what it is the 49ers need from the position. Even Michael Lombardi, and I think we talk about this towards the second half of the show today. Michael Lombardi was on with Bill Simmons, and he said Michael Lombardi has been in front offices in the NFL, so obviously he's forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. That said, he says, I don't think Brock Purdy needs to be very good. I think Bill Simmons said that, and Lombardi seconded that. He didn't have to be very good. Just, got to be like a B- point guard. And to me, that's wrong. Brock Purdy's the quarterback of the 49ers. He has to be really good.
Yes.
He doesn't have to throw for 5,000 yards.
No.
But what they're asking him to do, he's got to do it with hyper efficiency, or it doesn't work.
And that's it. That is the whole idea behind Shanahan's offense. Just be efficient. Just get the ball in the right places. And for people to kind of step back and be like, well, that's all you have to do. That's a really difficult thing to do in the NFL is to consistently put the ball in the right spot.
Thank you.
Yes. There's a reason why the top tier quarterbacks are paid what they paid. If it was as simple as put the ball in the right spot, the quarterback position wouldn't be that important, and you wouldn't be doling out these, $250 million deals to the Patrick Mahomes of the world if it were that simple. No, he has to be amazing, because the guy preceding him, Jimmy Garoppolo, again, we broke it down last hour, not always great in putting the ball in the right spot.
No,
there's a reason.
Had his moments, but then every so often, Jimmy, what are you looking at?
No, to be a hyper-efficient quarterback in the NFL is one of the most difficult things to do in sports. Yeah, that's crazy to me that they would just kind of dumb it down that way.
Do you think Verlaud would wild track that? Jimmy, what are you looking at? You think we'll hear that again or no?
I think you want him to, because you did it twice.
I'm just wondering. I mean, that would be hard to find it, the right context for it. So
would it? Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of that this year in Las Vegas.
I'm writing the checks. Trust me. I know where the money goes. You never know. You never know what he's doing back there.
Wait, are you writing the checks now too? We could have a talk, sir.
I don't know. We'll find out. Thanks for being with us today. And again, Chris Watkins is going to be back this afternoon. Thank goodness. Poor Chris. And my understanding is he's had some bronchial issues, and he's, gotten medication, and he's fine. But you go outside today, this is not a great day to be recovering from bronchitis around here.
No, it is not at all. And man, do we want him in, does he have the antibiotics? Can he pass the bronchitis? I'm not sure if I want to crosstalk with
I don't think I'm assuming, by the way, that was my initial diagnosis, secondary infection. Okay. If it's bacterial, which I think it is, that's not something that's
so we're not catching bronchitis, is what you're telling me?
Contagious is the word I was struggling with.
And then we'll just, see what happens.
Yeah. Russell. Oh, here comes Russ. What's Russ bringing to the party? You know who Purdy reminds me of? Tony Romo. Yeah?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Not saying it. What's the reminder there?
To me, it's
unheralded guy.
Tony's a little more.
Tony's short. Tony's not that tall, right?
Not quite as efficient, but Tony put up big numbers. Didn't win. That's probably where Russell's going. Didn't ever win it all. Never won a lot, but was a winner.
How many playoff games did Tony Romo win?
I'd have to look that up, but that wasn't. It wasn't a glittering postseason resume.
No, it was actually littered with many of late game picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Fans only. Is being 6'1" really an impediment? Kyler Murray is 5'10", overhyped, overpaid. Yeah, Kyler Murray, I think the Cardinals clearly at this point have decided they're moving off of Kyler Murray.
Very
the fact
clearly.
That he's 5'10" is a factor, may not be the factor, but it's a factor.
Yeah, and man, they paid him a lot of money to not watch tape, apparently. It's going to be interesting to see, because getting off of Kyler Murray, that's a huge cap hit. And, again, as we've said, caving for Caleb, they're clearly doing that this year. But what do you do with Murray? Do you just take a monster cap hit? And then is there a coaching staff or a team in the NFL that can kind of bring him in, because he is a talented kid, and be like, okay, we're going to teach you how to be a professional quarterback in the NFL. We still believe in you. Or does he go play for the A's? Also, Tony Romo won 2 playoff games in his career.
I know you're joking, but you know how hard that is to play baseball when you've been away from it for that long?
Yes, it's very difficult.
Baseball guys play every single day of the year, and still for some of them that's not enough.
Yeah, some of them go play Winter League.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
you have to.
It's
so
very
for Kyler,
difficult.
you take a few years off, get back into it. Like a la Tim Tebow, it's not going to work.
Dare I say this? I think he'd be more successful than Tim Tebow. I feel like Tim Tebow was there to sell tickets.
Well, at least Kyler could play center field.
Yes.
Tebow, was he a DH or something? I don't know.
He wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
It got to the point where with Tebow, it was like, okay, clearly this guy's here to sell tickets. It's like, okay, when is Tim Tebow wrestles a bear night?
You know what the future is for Kyler? Either Kyler Murray or, and this is Greeny said this today on ESPN, either Kyler Murray or, as Greeny said, Matt Stafford. There's a very good chance one of those two will be the next quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
I could.
Is that small? I'm not saying it's smart, but I'm saying I think Stafford's from there. Didn't he play with your guy Kershaw?
Yeah, no,
they were on the football team and the baseball team together.
Yes, they are BFFs. Kershaw and Stafford, now both in LA, obviously. Wouldn't that be something if Kershaw signs with the Rangers and then Stafford signs with the Cowboys? Because that's always been one of the teams favored. Like if Kershaw ever decided to leave the Dodgers, it's like, well, he'll go home and play in Dallas. Arlington is right by Dallas, so. Gosh, that would be
unless
something.
The Cowboys win a Super Bowl, then Dak's my guy. I love Dak. I always love Dak.
What'd you say?
Dak's my guy.
No, before that.
Oh, yeah. If the Cowboys win the Super Bowl.
Cowboys win the Super Bowl.
I mean, it's possible. It's mathematically possible. But if they don't, then it's going to be, we got to find a quarterback who can win a Super Bowl.
Well, and I have 2 of them, and they told me I couldn't play them both at the same time. So it ain't going to be Dak.
Looking for the score.
Back up to a 5.
I think you're still at a 4.
Ah, damn it.
And you were sitting
when you weren't trying is when you did your
I know.
best.
I'm in my own head now. That's the problem.
Coming up next year, here's a question. Do we know who the 49ers kicker is yet? Maybe, kind of,
sort of.
Yeah, a little bit. Next year, Whitey and Watkins, JayMarZZ today, Sactown Sports.
Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Will Christian McCaffrey lead the NFL in rushing?
Can Sacramento's own Eric Armstead bring his game to another level?
Prescott back steps up in the pocket. He gets sacked. Back on the 15-yard line. Get in my belly.
Get in my
says
belly.
Eric Armstead.
Will rookie Jake Moody pick up where veteran kicker Robbie Gould left off? Find out on Whitey and Watkins every day at 11 a.m. during the 49ers Focus on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
O'Reilly. O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're a business owner, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton invites you to make the short drive down and see their selection of new Mercedes Sprinter and Metris vans in stock. And when you purchase a new Mercedes van for work, you may qualify for a very generous Section 179 tax deduction, which makes owning a Mercedes van even more perfect for the job. Right off I-5, just 45 minutes from Sacramento. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Download the Sactown Sports app and listen to Whitey and Watkins on your smartphone.
And today here, JayMarZZ in for Watkins. Chris Watkins will be along this afternoon. It'll be Sharp and Whitey. That's what I'm going with.
Sharp and Whitey?
Sharp and Whitey.
Wow. That sounds very Biloxi, Mississippi morning show. Sharp and Whitey.
You know who you and I are today? We're the midday. We're the monsters of the midday.
Oh, I was going to say, are we the midday madhouse?
The monsters of the midday. And we're coming to you via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
That song that was just playing, it's the intro for Winning Time on HBO. Do you watch that show?
Haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
I know Jerry watches it. My brother watches it. Jerry loves it. To me, I feel like I remember all that. I don't need to watch a show about it because I saw it, but
it's entertaining.
I'm thinking of giving it a chance because everybody loves it.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I haven't sat down. I think there's 4 episodes this season that I have saved that I need to watch, but I watched last season as it happened.
Did they just bring back the new season? Is that what happened?
Yeah, just came back.
Okay.
You guys need to watch it because the producer says that everyone needs to watch it so we get a season 3.
Oh, well, that would make sense, actually, because I do hear they pick up television shows based upon audience size.
That actually makes me less likely to watch it because I'd be afraid if there's not going to be a season 3, I don't want to invest in this.
Whitey's not a conformist, Mr. Producer.
If it makes you happy, a lot of Lakers fans don't like it.
Oh, I mean, that should be the biggest selling point of them all.
Oh, now I do have to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing against it. I guess everybody loves it. So, but I see video of it. You know, there's the guy who's playing Larry Bird, and it's just me. It's me. I go, that's not Larry Bird. I know who Larry Bird is. You know, it's just too recent.
Why did they get the real Larry Bird to play him?
Yeah,
he's still alive.
In my mind, I can see the real Larry Bird, and I can see Kevin McHale with Rambus and the clothesline.
Dude, the guy
who see all that.
The Red Auerbach character is just so good, though. He just captures Red. It's the guy who plays him is Hank from Breaking Bad.
Really?
I think so.
No, I think it's Michael Chiklis.
Oh, it is Michael Chiklis. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, see that again. No,
he does.
Those are 2 different people.
He does Auerbach really good with Red.
Are you old enough to remember Red on Round Ball?
No.
Okay. Do you know what that was?
No.
It's like Sunday halftime of the National Game of the Week on CBS or ABC, whatever it was. And hi, I'm Red Auerbach, and today I got Pete Maravich with me. Pete,
I have seen those.
show us some of your ball handling drills. Hey, don't try that at home. No, he didn't talk exactly like that, but yeah.
Okay, what's the grade on the Red Auerbach for Whitey?
I don't know. I don't know what he sounds like.
There you go. Yeah, it wasn't very good. I'm not trying to.
Based upon the Michael Chiklis Red Auerbach.
Yeah.
So his impression based off of the guy that he's never seen play him?
Correct.
Yeah.
I would say a 3.
Nice. Okay, and I would take it. I'd be happy with that. But that was incredible.
They've ran those on like NBA TV before. I have seen. It's like, hey, it's Larry. Larry's going to show us foul drills at the foul line. And I realized my Red Auerbach's Tommy Heinsohn.
They have a great one with, that's probably closer.
Yeah.
They have a great one with Bill Russell. And so they have like Bob McAdoo in his uniform and somebody like Nate Archibald. And Bill Russell's out there in like a polo shirt and tennis shorts, and he's dominating.
Just giving them the business.
And it's the weirdest thing. Yeah. And you know that they're just kind of standing there, and then Bob McAdoo's probably thinking, I could swat this guy to the moon, but they won't let me. I'm supposed to watch him score on me.
As you're talking about this, I think I remember it because I believe there's one with Larry Bird when he's talking about like shooting form, and he goes, see, if you're off balance like this, you're just not going to make it. And he just throws it up and it's nothing but net. He's like, well,
yeah,
I feel like,
good stuff.
If you're trying to show a guy that like, if they're off balance, they're not going to make it, Larry's probably the last person because Larry just made everything.
Yeah. And the cool thing is now we don't need that because we get all that and more on social media.
Right.
And streaming. You get way more than that and better than that.
Who would be the coach, like the Auerbach equivalent today if they tried to do that?
It'd probably have to be Pop, and he wouldn't like it.
No, he'd hate
the whole thing.
Which would make it super entertaining, right?
Yeah, it would.
I could see Michael Malone doing it.
I could too. Yeah, he'd be into it.
Well, if we get a turned up parade Michael Malone doing it.
We're running that back. Running that back.
Hell
no. Hell no.
Jokovic missing this hook? Hell no.
Love Michael Malone. So happy for Michael Malone.
I said Jokovic. Jokic.
We knew who you meant.
I
wasn't gonna. Yeah, Jokovic. Boy, he had a good year.
Yeah.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Brian Jokovic from the Denver Nuggets.
Right. Anyway, we were talking about football. Come on, let's get back to football here. Who's the 49ers kicker going to be? Now that we had cut down day, do we know who their kicker is? Do we know what's going on with the rather important kicking position for the 40th Niners?
Jake Moody,
Sorta.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sorta. It's
Yeah.
Zane Gonzalez.
It's on the roster.
They picked Moody up. Gonzalez is hurt. And it's funny as you read, they were hoping to flip Zane Gonzalez for some draft compensation because there was a lot of, kicker flipping yesterday, as they call it in the NFL.
Sure.
And so they can't do that. And
I don't even think you can say that on the radio, by the way, kicker flipping.
Well, you just did.
I can.
I can. Got it. But no, because it's like, okay, so we're going to go in with this 3rd round pick that was, somewhat shaky in the preseason. His, the fail safe, the backup is hurt, so we can't even do that. And I don't really think you ever want to be in a scenario where it's Mitch Wishnowsky doing any sort of kicking outside of punts.
No, they're up against it for week 1. Even if Moody's fine, well, even he's an uncertainty.
There's going to be a little bit of a leash for Moody, right? Like 3 games.
3 games. Well, if he's missing kicks and it actually costs you a couple games, I don't know. I guess 3 games, yeah, but that would be it.
Is there a scenario where they tuck their tail between their legs, pick up the phone, and call Robbie Gould?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of feeling
really
like
bad.
Yeah, but I'm also feeling like that is like a distinct possibility. That's not just if Moody sucks, because Moody could suck. Like, that's a thing.
I thought by now we'd all be very excited about him and so backwards that in camp he's great. And well, I guess it's not backwards, but it's unfortunate for the 49ers and for him that in camp he's like, oh my goodness, this guy's nails. Then you get in the preseason and it looks so wobbly. Let me ask you this. What would you do if you're running the 49ers? I don't think you are.
I used to.
Okay. And Moody, you get to the point where you realize, okay, it's just not happening. Would you go Robbie Gould, who's going to sit there and go, I want a lot of money?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you go find, somebody else? There's always kickers available, like some of the guys they brought in this week, including Mr. Vizcaino.
Yeah, no, I'm go get the guy.
Solino.
Go get the guy that has been nails for you for so many years. I am of the opinion that if it's not the most underappreciated position in football, it might be in sports, is the kicker, because there is so much pressure on you, especially when you're in those playoff situations where you got close games, man. It just seems like they've really undervalued both the quarterback and the kicker position, and those are like arguably 2 of the most important positions in football. And it's like, I get you would have had to pay Robbie Gould, and I get you're trying to play cap gymnastics. I understand that. But you can't, I don't feel like you can win a Super Bowl, Whitey, if you have an unreliable kicker.
No.
Like, I don't think you can do that.
You got to have an amazing defense.
Right.
And everything else. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's so many games, especially in today's NFL, the margin for victory is so slimmer
That's
than
what
ever.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's such an important position to have, and it feels like they were kind of, and I felt this way when they made the jump to Trey Lance from Jimmy Garoppolo just out of nowhere. And doing that, there's like this arrogance almost with Kyle Shanahan.
Organizational arrogance, I agree.
Yeah, and there's
they get in their own way and they overthink it.
Like, we don't need Robbie Gould. Listen, there's this kid we can take in the 3rd round that will give us just as much production. He's younger, he'll cost less. And it's like, you really don't appreciate what you had. And you just think that, we just plug these guys in. And my offense and the people I'm putting around are so darn good that it doesn't matter.
Kyle, most teams wouldn't spend a 3rd round pick on a kicker. Well, that's because most teams are stupid, and I'm not.
Yes, I'm Kyle Shannon. Do you know who my daddy is? My daddy won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, and then it's like, ooh, okay, now I see why teams don't typically spend.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, a 3rd round pick on a guy that, you didn't really vet, or a number 3 overall pick on a guy you didn't really vet and who played 1 season of SCS football.
Didn't Cleveland just pick 2 years ago? Didn't they pick a kicker with a high pick and he's ended
up being... I think it worked out though, right?
I think it worked out for half the year. And then I think all of a sudden it's like, whoop, he can't kick anymore.
It's like the only real case we can make is Sebastian Janikowski being a 1st round pick. And it's like, what? That actually worked out really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Other than that.
I mean, for a punter, and I forget exactly where he was selected, but Ray Guy, did you know that the Steelers have 2 punters on their 53-man?
Really?
Yeah, because they're going to try to trade one.
Wow.
A
punter. Did not see that. Also, shout out to people who buy punter jerseys. I know that's random.
I totally endorse that.
I do endorse it too. I worked with a guy one time. We're doing a fantasy football draft for work, and he shows up in an Andy Lee 49ers jersey. I'm like, that's bold. That's really bold.
Cade York is the guy that I'm thinking of. Cade York from LSU. drafted by Cleveland Browns. And what I think he was like a 3rd round pick. Anyway, I think they just let him go and he signed with somebody's practice squad.
Yeah, it looks like
round 4. Round 4.
That's still very high to take. I can't see where he got picked up, but man, was 24 of 32 last year.
Titans signing former Browns kicker Cade York to their practice squad.
Wow. Whoops.
So it's risky. I'm sure if you're Kyle Shanahan right now, you're thinking, you know what? He had some jitters, but he's going to be back on track and we're fine.
Well, at least you're convincing yourself of that, right?
Well, that's it. How much of it is just that arrogance? Like you say, like, no, we picked him and he's going to be good.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, right? Because kicking in training camp versus real game situations, as we saw, is
you would know.
Yeah, me. A 7-year NFL career, bounced around a few teams as a kicker, but I did have a leg at one time. It's just one of those things where, man, kicking in a real game situation, like I know he made a game-winning field goal in the preseason. By the way, that was a really ugly game-winning field goal that was this close from not being a game-winning field goal.
My highlight, kicking-wise, of my whole career, such as it is, I got to a 49er playoff game really early against Washington, and the seats were in the end zone, auxiliary media, and I got there so early. Chip Lowmiller was kicking, practicing, so I was kind of shagging for him.
Wow.
There's nobody else there.
Wow. Well, I'm happy I got your shagging story today.
Yeah, you got it.
Sounds
You're
funny
welcome.
out of context.
Sean McVay, meanwhile, says the quarterback's wife was just joking. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, Kelly.
Yeah, and she's something. Next year, Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Whitey
and Watkins
on Sactown Sports. Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California, and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, the search for pain relief can feel like an endless and hopeless ordeal.
I would try drugstore, insoles and supports.
I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked.
If you think you've tried everything to relieve your foot pain, you probably haven't tried arch supports from the Good Feet store.
And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
I don't have foot pain anymore. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. That changed my life.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Come in now for a free arch support fitting and test walk.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento, Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
Sactown Sports headlines.
I'm Christopher Lott with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason, get the roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve, did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fregoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards was the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
Whitey Gleason and JayMarZZ today. Super special guest star Chris Watkins back today, but he's going to be on this afternoon on the Sharp and Whitey show.
Are you guys beefing a little bit?
Me and Whitey?
Yeah, just not
all.
together anymore.
That's why I'm the bad boy of media.
No, I miss him, and I'm sorry that he hasn't been feeling well. But last week he wasn't feeling well, and he got like a secondary infection or something. It's not my business. I'm probably not even supposed to say that, but he's doing fine. People have been wondering. Not at all. I miss him.
Sure
I'm looking forward.
No tension there. That's
I'm
all.
Sure. Nice try. Nice try, Russell.
Oh,
Trying to
that's
stir it
a
up.
low blow if I've ever had one in this industry.
And then I think tomorrow, Chris and I are back together.
There you go. Yeah, I think it's Thursday, Friday as
Yes.
Whitey and Watkins full on with Chris. Chris, are you taking 2 days off now?
I think I might have to.
Okay, yeah. Can't have everyone back together.
I'm actually doing Saturday mornings for some reason.
Wait, really?
No.
No.
I bought that all the way.
I know, because that's actually a very
100%.
believable thing. If you know the how things work around here, it's very believable.
We have a resolution to a curious NBA story. NBA referee Eric Lewis is retiring, so the league is ending its investigation into his social media activity, according to ESPN. Before the finals, you may remember some now deleted tweets were revealed by a pair of, they used to call it Twitter, users that appeared to show a referee defending himself and other officials against critiques of their work. So the league opened an investigation into whether Eric Lewis violated NBA rules by speaking about officiating in an unauthorized manner. It had not been determined whether Lewis was using the account, which used the name Blair Cutliff.
I'd rather know the story of how we landed on that name, right?
Lewis was not selected as one of the 12 referees to work the finals between the Nuggets and the Heat as the league investigated the whole, Blair Cutliff gate. Lewis had been chosen to work the finals in each of the last 4 seasons. So he has worked more than 1,200 games, and now this investigation is over, and so is his career. It's like, yeah, I'm out. Have a good night. All right, the investigation is over. So ends the Blair Cutliff saga.
is that basically the equivalent of the two sides came to some agreement, right?
It looks
because
like it.
Something tells me that investigation probably pulled up more than meets the eye. And Eric was like, yeah, no, I don't need that being out there.
I could have sworn Blair Cutcliffe was a kicker who was in camp with the Bills.
No, Blair Cutcliffe just got waived by the Niners for Jake Moody.
I mean, doesn't that sound like I remember him when he kicked in college.
Blair Cutcliffe. Yeah. No, that is 100% a kicker's name. You know what? He probably had like a kicking teammate in high school or something. His name was Blair Cutcliffe. He's like, you know what? Nobody will get this. I've never understood the purpose of the burner account. Like, what is going on? Like, what is angering you so much that you need to create a burner account to just fight randos on the internet?
I think it just has to be psychologically. It is just so difficult to say, oh, well, I'm just going to let it roll off my back. Some people cannot do that, especially if they feel like that criticism of me is unjust.
Right. And and you're right. That is definitely what it is. But I guess I'm just like, at what point do you look around and be like, these random Twitter accounts saying these things about my officiating will have absolutely no impact on my life. It'll have absolutely no impact on my paycheck. I will still be refereeing in the NBA finals. I'm sorry. I don't think Adam Silver goes to Twitter and grades officials based upon what people tweet.
Also, there's a ton of people on Twitter, but we all need to remember that it is still a tiny, tiny percentage of people.
Good point.
And that's not even counting the bot accounts. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's so many of those out there. It's just like, it's such a minuscule part of society that is out here complaining on Twitter, but people think it's like, man, I got 10 bad tweets about me. The world's coming to an end.
The KD stuff is just, I can't understand it.
Yeah, no,
I just feel bad for him. It's like, dude, you're KD.
Right. And it's like, why do you care what somebody says about some guy that will, and I always hate to be that guy will never be you. They'll never make your paycheck, but that guy will be you. They'll never make your paycheck. It's just some random guy that wants to get under your skin and you allow it. And then what did he say? Like those are the people that motivate him. There's some quote like that over the summer.
If that's true, okay, whatever works for you.
What is more crazy? Like you need those people for motivation or like Michael Jordan making up stories about LeBradford Smith to motivate him? That's a weird psychological thing.
They're probably blood relatives, those two things,
yes,
right?
Yeah, like they're right in the same boat because, I mean, these people on Twitter are almost made up. Some of them are actually.
Let me ask
you. The Katie quote you're looking for, JayMarZZ, is hate drives me. Too much love will kill you.
There you go. That's a really negative way to have perspective on life, right?
Well, like we said, those guys that are the uber elite competitive athletes wired a little differently, and maybe it's not all healthy. You know?
So what you're saying is our careers would go way better if we make up hate.
You haven't been doing that already?
No.
We make up a lot of things on this show.
Oh.
A lot of things. But this is factual. Kelly Stafford is Matthew Stafford's wife, and recently she was on her just a crackerjack of a podcast, and she said that Matty Stafford is having a hard time connecting with his younger teammates. And they're like, oh, hi, Mr. Stafford. He's like, no, we're teammates. And they're always on their phones. So yesterday, Sean McVay, the coach, was asked about this as he met with the media. He says, I'm not concerned because I think if you know Kelly, I took that as more of a joke at the old man. And I'll be honest, there's a couple throws that he made during training camp where I wanted to say, yes, sir, to him as well. He's done a great job being able to, I mean, if you watch it and if you come to camp, this guy's done a phenomenal job of leading, connecting with his teammates.
Oh, I must have found the Wi-Fi password to connect with them finally, right?
I didn't think this was anything until he had to try to sweep it under the rug.
That's the thing. That makes it seem like it was something because, boy, it got everyone else's attention. It's like, so my quarterback's wife just basically said he can't connect with anyone on the team because he's used to talking to people and people aren't used to talking that he wants to connect with. Yeah. Because, and the thing was why I know it was serious, like, there was a very detailed answer on her part. It wasn't just like, oh, yeah, Matt has trouble connecting with the kids. Oh, darn, those phones. You know, it was, no, seriously, Matt was used to guys playing cards and connecting that way. And then he looks at them and they're always looking down at their phone. And he told me, like, I need this book. I don't want to know anyone's name. I want to go have a conversation with them so I can put a name to a face. I'm like, that's extremely detailed.
Your Kelly Stafford is way better than your Jerry Jones.
Thank you.
I mean, way better.
Well, I've been working on my Kelly Stafford for a lot longer. Thank you. Kelly Mars coming to you from Sactown Sports Studios.
So I'm sure that wasn't what Coach McVay was trying to accomplish, but in my mind, it sounds like yours as well. I'm thinking, ooh, they got an issue.
Yes,
a
huge issue.
I'm not worried about it. I wouldn't even have remembered it.
Also makes sense given that the Rams are in a complete rebuild stage right now, and Matt Stafford is, 36, 37? Like, that's probably a good 10 to 15 year difference between anybody else on their team. And it's like, that's definitely the head down, look at the phone generation you're trying to talk with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good times. I think they're going to be terrible this year. Jay Ross thinks they're going to be better.
Jay Ross also for the last couple of years thought the Angels were going to make the playoffs. So
that's a mean thing to say about him when he's not here to defend himself.
Oh, no, I say it to his face.
I don't think he's even in the state, is
he? Like last year in April, he was like, the Angels are going to win the AL West. I'm like, are they? Based upon what? They're playing well now.
Yeah. Good luck to the Rams. Boy, the 49ers are going to beat them twice. They're going to beat Arizona. They only play them twice, but they're going to beat them like 4 times. That's how bad Arizona is going to be this year.
Arizona is going to be worse than LA, though, right? Like, the Rams are flanked by
Arizona will be worse than the Angels.
Oh, that's true. Oh, wow, that's bad.
And they're not even trying.
No, they don't even have a show
this year. Although, as I said, Connor Orr, he has the Rams winning week 2 against the 49ers.
That's I'd like to know how he got to that, given that I think McVay's beat Shanahan once and on years where he had probably better teams.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. But are you buying this? The Jets say they're going to the Super Bowl, right? The Jets say they're going to the Super Bowl. Has any Hard Knocks team ever gone to the Super Bowl? The answer's coming up here. Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports. The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring at Walmart today.
Every vehicle's priced to sell now through Labor Day at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. We make buying a new Honda easy and stress-free. Pre-order online or in person today. We'll be there to help you every step of the way. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
There are plenty of reasons to love golf in Northern California. With giant redwoods lining the fairways, the best Alistair McKenzie course you've never played is Northwood Golf Club's 9-holer along the Russian River. The 7th hole at Pebble Beach is a beauty or a beast. Play a sandwich or a 3-iron depending on the direction of the wind. Down the road a bit, Pacific Grove Golf Course sports a gazillion-dollar ocean view and a green fee about 1/10 of Pebble Beach. San Francisco's Presidio Golf Course survived the 1906 earthquake and was home course to President Teddy Roosevelt. You can tee it up on the ocean at the links of Bodega Harbor at dawn and tap in at sunset in the mountains at Old Greenwood in Truckee. Unlike Caddyshack's Carl Spackler, a good superintendent goes unnoticed working behind the scenes. Green thumbs up. There's a lot to love about golf, and as columnist Thomas Boswell wrote, when you fall in love with golf, you seldom fall easy. It's obsession at first sight. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
This is Kenny and Jerry from Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, now is the perfect time to take action.
It's the end of summer, which means the AC season is winding down. We've still got a warehouse full of premium, high-efficiency AC systems, and we'd rather sell them at a discount than let them just sit there over the winter.
That's why we're offering this first ever end of summer discount of up to $3,500 off qualifying AC and heat pump systems.
No gimmicks, no games. Just a great price for buying now instead of later. If you got a quote elsewhere, we'd be happy to give you a second opinion.
Call Bell Brothers for details and get up to $3,500 off any qualifying AC and heat pump system. Our number is 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit, plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
At your desk, on your phone, in the car.
Whitey and Watkins.
On Sactown Sports.
And JayMarZZ today in for Chris Watkins. Thanks for coming in today. We appreciate it.
Hey, man.
Let's hold things down, hold it together.
I was happy to do it. I was happy, we came to an agreement on the contract and everything for the day. So, yeah, man.
I didn't sign anything. I don't know. I don't think
you weren't
signed anything.
Well, you guys weren't a part of it. This was a big negotiation between me and Brian, the big boss.
Oh, okay. All right.
He got it done. Brian gets things done. He got this done today.
He does get things done. Are the Jets going to get it done? Are the Jets, who are talking about going to the Super Bowl, are they going to make good on that boast? The New York Football Jets.
Well, you got your Jets colors on today.
Yeah, in a roundabout way,
Yes.
sure.
They got Aaron Rodgers now. I don't know if you heard about this.
I did hear about that.
They will not be making the Super Bowl.
They say they will.
So I'm a liar is what they're telling you.
We'll find out. I decided to look it up. If you really know Hard Knocks, you probably know this. Are you a big Hard Knocks guy?
No.
Moderate? I'm a kind of a moderate Hard Knocks guy.
Meh.
Has any team that was on Hard Knocks ever gone on to the Super Bowl? What's your guess on that if you don't know?
I'm going to say 0.
0 is correct. But one team did come close. In 2010, the Jets run Hard Knocks, and I think that was let's go get a GD snack. They went 11-5, and they lost the conference championship game.
That is is that the Rex Ryan, Mark Sanchez led Jets? Yes, I recall that well. That team is what I would like to say Whitey overperformed because I don't think they were very good.
Yeah, well, yeah, defense first.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of Hard Knocks teams are not very good because if you make the playoffs 2 years in a row, you don't have to be on Hard Knocks. So a lot of the teams that are eligible.
Wait, is that true? I had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, they have certain rules. If you get a new coach, you don't have to be on Hard Knocks. And I think it's playoffs 2 years in a row. You don't have to be on Hard Knocks. And I'll look up, there's 2 or 3 rules.
Because I thought the 49ers were a perfect Hard Knocks candidate this year with all the quarterback stuff going on. I'm like, oh, that's juicy if you're a fan of NFL football and you're a fan of all
exempt.
I was just going to say, I did not know they were an exempt team having made the playoffs the last couple years.
Let's see here. The league's criteria for teams to be eligible for Hard Knocks eliminates teams with first-year head coaches, teams that qualified for the playoffs the past 2 seasons.
That'd have been the Niners.
Teams that appeared in the past 10 years. That's why this year it came down to, I think it was the Bears and the Panthers and the Jets and somebody else. And it was like, please be the Jets. And the Jets didn't want to do it.
The Panthers got a new head coach.
Yeah,
so they would have been exempt.
It wasn't them. But anyway.
And the Bears are just boring.
Yeah. So that's why the Jets eventually, and it looks like the league really twisted their arm. And so they said, okay, fine, but we're not going to show any cuts. So we'll do it, but we're not going to show any cuts.
Yeah, and everything I've read, it's like Aaron Rodgers. Well, I only watched the first episode this year, and it was like 30 minutes of Aaron the Messiah, which was like, bleh. But yeah, it seems like also he was very instrumental and vocal, like, I don't want to be the center of attention here, which is a really interesting thing coming out of his mouth of all people.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't see the Jets. I don't know.
That is interesting that no one's gone to the Super Bowl, because this show is a big fan of the show Quarterbacks on Netflix, and they're having a hard time getting quarterbacks to go on the show.
Yeah.
First season, one of the quarterbacks not only goes, but wins the Super Bowl. So 33% of the quarterbacks go on to win the Super Bowl. Shouldn't they be fighting to get on that show?
Isn't this like the anti-Madden curse, right?
Right.
Like,
right. So it's Mahomes and Kirk Cousins and Mariota, right? We're the first three. And now there's a lot of quarterbacks.
One of those is not like the others, is it?
A lot of quarterbacks are saying they won't go on it. But did you hear this for a lot? I think Joe Burrow has indicated, there's reports that he suggested he will go on.
Oh, so Cincinnati Bengals, you're a Super Bowl
I was going to say, no, Joe Burrow's like a legit NFL quarterback that could do that.
If you can find it, can we play for Chris? And if we don't have it now, we'll get to it. Robert Saleh's speech about the eagle and the crows.
That's so good.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Big fan of the eagle and the crow analogy.
You like that?
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea what he was talking about.
I didn't either, but once
I thought we're the crows? Or no, but the crows are attacking the eagles. So aren't we the crows? No, I was straight.
And I'm like, aren't the Eagles the other team that wears green in the NFL?
Uh-huh. Here's what teams have done. Teams on Hard Knocks starts with the Ravens. 2001, they were 10-6, and they lost in the divisional round. They had just won the Super Bowl, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. 5-11 Dallas, 4-12, 9-7, 10-6 the Bengals. You do have some playoff teams in there. Last few years, since 2016, the Rams, they were 4-12. The year they were on Hard Knocks. Tampa Bay 5-11. Cleveland 7-8-1. The Raiders 7-9. 2020, the Rams, again, they were 10-6, divisional loss. 2021, Dallas 12-5, wild card loss. And then last year, the Lions 9-8. So the Jets think they can be the first team to be on Hard Knocks and then make it to the Super Bowl. And I know why they're excited about Dalvin Cook and Aaron Rodgers. But come on, you look at the AFC and how stacked it is. The Jets are not going to the Super Bowl.
Well, you're saying, look at their division. This is one of the best divisions in football. There's not a chance they're going to the Super Bowl. Now, I think they can compete for the playoffs. I think that is a very fair thing to say. But let me ask you this. If they win the Super Bowl, let's say this somehow, some way, this, miracle Jets season goes off. Don't you kind of have to go on Hard Knocks the next year as being the first Super Bowl winning team?
I don't know, but let's see what Robert Saleh has to say about how good the Jets are.
All right, you can take your pens out on this one. This is a life lesson for everybody, 3 nights ago, I was in deep thought. And I was thinking about you guys. I was thinking about all the excitement surrounding us, man. All of it. Did you know that the only bird in the world that will attack an eagle is a crow? It's a crow. That's the only bird that will actually have the balls to attack an eagle. It will perch on the eagle's back and peck at its neck. So rather than fight back and tearing a crow to pieces like it can, the eagle spreads its wings and it soars as high as it possibly can. It keeps going and going and going as high as it can. And the higher the eagle flies, the harder it is for the crow to breathe. Eventually, the crow suffocates, falls back down to earth, and dies.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Here's what I got. I wrote it down. I took my pen and paper out. I have deep thought, excitement. Crow attacks eagle. Peck at neck. Spread eagle. Crow can't breathe.
I'm sure if that really happened, an eagle is just going to tear the crow apart.
No. Eagles are very, very kind to crows, Whitey.
It's nature. It's like, I only have so much energy. I don't have the energy to soar up into the stratosphere.
Especially when I can just backhand this crow.
Exactly.
So let's say week one opponent's going to jump on and peck at Aaron Rodgers' neck. Does he just soar and get a puff?
I don't know.
Does Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers kind of hang out?
I'll tell you this, for stats, I think last night on Hard Knocks, from what I read, Aaron Rodgers used 7 F words in 30 seconds when he was mad about something going on in the field. Yeah. That's not the nice Mr. Rogers guy anymore once they get out there.
That's angry Aaron.
On the gridiron. Up next, can another center be just what the Kings need? It's coming up here. JayMarZZ and Whitey, and we'll be sticking around on the YouTube here till we're back on Sactown Sports. Well, JayMarZZ, it looks like smartest listeners in radio are getting ready, or at least Emmy's getting ready to go to Olive Garden.
Emmy has a birthday. What's up, Emmy?
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Enjoy Olive Garden. Eat some free breadsticks on me and Whitey.
And Olive Garden is close to her home. So.
There you go.
Yes.
Now, are you walking to Olive Garden so you can sip on some fine wine with your Italian cuisine? These are things we need to know.
Yeah. And for dessert, she's going to have tres leches cake.
Have you ever had tres leches cake?
I don't even know what it is. I apologize.
It's got a good flavor. Is
that 3 milks?
You got it.
Yay.
Look at you. The only thing is, like, I'm a big texture guy, and it's more of a spongy. I don't like the texture, but the taste is phenomenal.
Why is it called 3 milks cake?
Chris?
I know they use like a condensed milk. I don't know. How to
3
make
different
it.
milks.
Yeah. All right.
Shout out Emmy. Manny Too Legit. Did you guys see Malik dunk on the kid in the basketball camp? Of course we saw it.
I heard about it. Frankly, I haven't seen it yet. I heard about it.
Oh, it's amazing. Do you think if you get dunked on by Malik Monk,
I heard you talking about
Yeah.
this.
Do you think it's a good or a bad thing? Like, you're in high school. Are you getting clowned, or do people think that's cool that you got posterized by an NBA player?
It's not good. I mean, when you get later on, when you're older, in your 70s, you realize, well, that was pretty cool. But when you're in high school, no.
Right. That's I was trying to tell Gary that.
I heard that.
Like, Gary, that's not a cool thing. Like, no one's going to give you a high five for getting posterized. They're going to actually put the poster up all throughout the school. Your confidence is going to be shot. Good luck getting a date for prom, kid. Nobody wants to go to the dance with the kid who got dunked on.
You know what that reminded me of, listening to you guys talking about that? This is, I think, a true story, but I don't know that I was born yet. My brother, Mark, who was on here on the station, he was Phantom for many years. He was at Wilson Park in Vallejo, and he was a really good baseball player, but I think he was really young. He might have been, 7 or 8 years old. And for some reason, they have some major league player out there, and they're doing like hey, look at this player. And so my brother's out there in center field, 7, 8 years old, and this player is hitting him these fly balls, a major league player, these towering fly balls. And he said he had no chance whatsoever to catch him. It was Willie freaking Mays.
What?
Yeah.
Just at a random park hitting fly balls.
Well, there was some big thing, and I don't know how my brother got to be the one, from the Vallejo Little League. Here's Mark Lowe. But it was some Willie Mays probably promoting the Giants, and they were in Vallejo. And so Willie Mays is hitting him pop-ups, and he says he couldn't even see the ball.
That's an amazing
Isn't
story,
it? I know.
man. It sucks growing up in this day and age. Like, you're not going to have Buster Posey just showing up to random parks in Vallejo to promote the Giants.
I know.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool. That is such a cool thing.
I know. I need to know more about that. Like I said, I think it was a little before my time.
Did he get an autograph?
I don't think he got anything.
Oh, man.
You got to work on your game, kid.
Yeah, nah, kid. I don't sign kids, loser kids who can't track a ball in the outfield.
Oh, you sure lost that fly ball, kid. Well, see ya.
You're gonna be nothing in this game.
I was going through some stuff after my parents passed away, and there's this program, Joe DiMaggio League. And there's a picture of Joe DiMaggio on this program. Championship might have been also Wilson Park in Vallejo. And I'm looking at this program, and it's got like a signature on there, and I go, "Oh, that's a replica Joe DiMaggio signature." And I almost threw it away, and I turn it over, and I can see that there's an imprint. Like, whoa, Joe DiMaggio actually signed that.
That wasn't
sucker.
just.
I think I will hang on to that.
That's a good idea to keep that. I think a smart play by you.
Thank you.
Bye, YouTube.
I appreciate that.
Like a bird, I only fly away.
There you go.
I don't know where my soul is.
And the crow is the only bird that will attack the eagle.
So we want to be a crow.
Do you think this was playing when Robert Saleh came up with this whole thing? He said he was deep in thought.
Deep in thought.
Really deep.
If you're a coach and you have that story, wouldn't you think, there's probably a better story I can tell my team?
I was shopping at Bel Air, and Nelly Furtado started coming on the speaker.
And I thought about you guys.
Yeah, and it's funny when he says, the only bird that will attack the eagle is the crow. And you hear the murmuring like, whoa, that's right, it's the crow.
And I think the whole thing was like, I was waiting for somebody to raise their hand and be like, so coach, are we the eagle or the crow?
I know. That's where he lost me. But I love Robert Saleh.
If the Jets suck this year, are you going to go back to that and be like, that's the moment the season ended?
Depends how. And I think isn't a raven a type of crow? Do they play the ravens at all this year? So
that'll be interesting. Yeah, go ahead, peck away, Lamar.
Or with the Ravens play the Eagles. Like you said, it's just too complicated.
Too many bird
Too many
references.
factors, coach.
Yeah.
But I am very interested to watch the Jets. I mean, hook, line, and sinker. Aaron Rodgers, Jets. I want to see it.
Oh, no, it's must-watch football. It is and it's kind of, you know what, and that is the one thing I will give Hard Knocks credit for is they will make a team that I did not care about. A storyline. You know, I had no care in the world about the Detroit Lions until you watch Dan Campbell, and it's just, gosh, man, this guy is so entertaining. And he's actually a coach who's like, I want to see this guy win. I like the story. I like the underdog mentality of the Lions. And they didn't make the playoffs last year, but for them to finish above 500 was awesome.
Yes, it was. Now, you heard his animal story, what he wanted to do with an animal this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think of Dan Campbell's plan, which was shut down by the league, to have a lion, an actual lion on the field for their game?
I just feel like it wouldn't have worked out well. And it's, Roger don't make a lot of great decisions. I feel like that was one of the better ones he made.
Yes.
Would Dan Campbell have bit the lion's ankle had it gotten loose?
The bottom line, of course, is that there would have been people, probably rightly so, have said, animal rights activists would have made an issue of it. And if you're the league's like, coach, we don't need any of that.
No.
If you want to have a guy in a lion suit and he can act fearsome, we can do that, but we can't have an actual lion.
He probably wanted.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
I was just going to answer your question of do the Jets play the Ravens? They do not, but they play the Eagles and the Falcons this season.
Oh, they're going to be doing a lot of peck in there, right?
Yes,
right.
yes.
God, watch the Eagles will beat them by like 5 touchdowns.
I think so.
If the Eagles go out there and mollywop the Jets, the amount of social media Eagles flying and soaring above the crow memes, it's going to be bad.
You think so? You think people remember that
I
speech?
think people might have it pinned.
All right. Well, can't wait for it to start. And I think Frankie tweeted, was it yesterday? We're 40 days away from the NBA preseason.
Yeah, Frankie's really good for stuff like that. If you
Good
don't
job,
follow
Frankie.
Frankie on the Twitters already, because he gets really, really sad when there's not a lot of basketball. So he'll start doing these random countdowns out of nowhere. Yesterday was the start of it.
FIBA World Cup I was excited about, and I'm still enthusiastic about, but it's not cutting it because the games are just not close enough.
No. I actually thought this was the team that the U.S. fielded. They would be closer, but I mean, what did they smack Jordan by this year or this morning? They beat him pretty badly.
Yes.
And then they had beaten Greece pretty badly.
What'd you say? They mollywomped them?
Mollywopped. Go ahead and write that one down. Use that in a sentence.
I think I've heard that before, but it's been quite a while.
It's a throwback for sure, but I still think it needs to come back. So I'm trying to bring it back.
Trying to check your score for you. It was 110 to 62.
Yeah.
But it was Rondé Hollis Jefferson against Anthony Edwards. Big showdown.
Yeah, Rondé Hollis Jefferson, one of the top 15 players, though, I saw statistically in FIBA right now.
Yes, and he actually outscored and outdueled, at least points-wise, Anthony Edwards. And I didn't know, I guess Rondé Hollis Jefferson kind of took Ant-Man under his wing a little bit, his first camp. So
did he?
They were going at each other.
Oh, nice. I saw the other day Brandon Ingram complaining, though, trying to basically be like, yeah, the team's winning right now, so I can't really say much, but man, it's hard when you're not getting the playing time.
Yeah, he's not playing well.
No, he's not. It's and the team's playing great, and you're butthurt about it. Dude, it's the FIBA World Cup. Just collect your medal and get ready for training camp.
I like this team, and I like the fact that they don't have the superstars per se. Anthony Edwards is probably gonna be one. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a great player, but I like this team.
Yeah, no, this is a really good team. The team itself, the way they built the team is
That's what I like.
They built a very good basketball team.
You got guys like Halliburton and Reeves, although I'm just so sick of Reeves.
You mean the greatest player in basketball history? You're tired of how?
Just not his fault. I'm just so worn out on how, Austin Reeves so great, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's quite a good bench.
I saw someone put out a mural of him and Kobe next to each other the other day.
That's great. Good for him. But it's great that you got those two guys coming off the bench and they relish their role.
Yeah.
And they're not complaining about it. And they just come in and dominate.
No, and I think it's great experience for these guys. And I think that's how, when you're looking at it, right, the Olympic team should be the A team. And I don't want to say the FIBA World Cup should be the B team, because I think that's kind of insulting, but it should be guys that it's you know what? These are guys we want to bring in that have a lot of potential to be at the Olympic level one day. Let's get them some international run. And again, they just put together, they put together a good basketball team.
Yep.
And despite what Carmichael Dave said, Eric Mika not on that team.
Oh, Carmichael Dave made a mistake? Come on.
The other day he was like, yeah, I just can't take a team seriously with Eric Mika on it. I'm like, I got good news. He's not.
David, why would you say that? JaVale McGee, is he going to end up on the Sacramento Kings? Do you want him to? Should Kings fans be getting excited about this?
Is I don't care an appropriate answer?
No, it's not, because this is Sacramento, California.
Okay.
We're talking about the
I don't care.
Tommy Lee, settle down. The Sacramento Kings.
Are we at the point now where it's just like we think JaVale McGee is still a factor in the NBA? I mean, JaVale McGee barely got off the bench in Dallas last year. Do people know that he's won 3 NBA titles? The Kings don't inherit those titles. So it's not really, it shouldn't factor in. If JaVale McGee makes this team, like he's the 14th or 15th guy on this team, Whitey, it's not like he's going to be getting any playing time.
Well, it's not like they need more bigs for camp.
They have 15 of them.
So why are the Kings bringing him in? Don't you think that they're kind of rolling the dice and thinking, hey, JaVale McGee was very good defensively in Mike Brown's system with the Warriors. Maybe he can improve them defensively. And if he can, given how much improvement they need there, it's worth a shot.
So isn't that the same logic that we're using outside of the Mike Brown part with Nimikata? Is, this kid could be something defensively. He's a goalie. Isn't it kind of the same logic we're using with Nerlens Noel? Like, oh, man, Nerlens is a shot blocker. It's just like basically, all right, let's sign up all these third-string guys and let them fight for the death to get the 15th position. In a sense, will it even matter? JaVale McGee's not going to play 25 minutes a game. Just not going to be a thing. The same thing with the Nerlens Noels or the Nimikatas of the world. They're not going to. Scalabiciere is another one. It's like these guys, if they make the roster, they are break glass in case of emergency players. They're not going to impact winning.
Here's what concerns me about JaVale McGee. You go back to 2017 with the Warriors, and he was offensive rating to defensive rating. 120 offense, 101 defense with him on the floor. That's good.
That's
right?
really good.
Yeah. Next year, 124, 103. All right, there's something going on there. Then he goes to the Lakers, 117 offense, 104 defense. Whoa, okay. Hey, he helps, right? Next year, 124, 101 with the Lakers, which I think that was the year they won the championship, right?
20?
Yes. Yeah. So then, let's see here. 2021 with Denver, 98, 106. Last year, 108, 112 with Dallas. Some of that is system, but there are numbers that suggest, and I know that offensive rating, defensive rating is a little wonky, but looks like maybe he's lost a little bit.
I'm just saying, on a
at
team,
age 35 last year.
Yeah, he's an older player in the league now. He's not the same guy that he was in the Warriors and even in those last couple years with the Lakers.
Did have a good year with Phoenix a couple years ago.
Yeah, but again, it's also a thing when you look at someone like Dallas, right? Who outside of their top level, they're starving for quality role players on their team.
To that point, I think last year they brought him in to be a starter.
Yeah, and it just went downhill from there. Now, this caveat, Jason Kidd is the head coach in Dallas, and I don't think Jason Kidd's a very good head coach, but you'd pointed out in Denver, I mean, that is a team, especially with the way they play, like he should have thrived in Denver. And to me, it looks more like, okay, the Mavericks rolled the dice on him last year, realized, like, okay, JaVale's lost a step. If they sign JaVale McGee, it's fine, but I think there's a little too much analysis of the whole thing going on, if I'm being frank.
Isn't it worth a flyer where, hey, maybe there's still something there?
Sure.
And I mean, the numbers would suggest probably not, but
Yeah.
maybe. Also, the thing is, and this is an obvious point, forgive me for stating the obvious, if you have JaVale McGee, let's say he comes in for Sabonis, sure, they could play same time, but let's just say he comes in for Sabonis. You're not running your offense through JaVale.
No, that's just it. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've ever seen JaVale McGee's highlight reel on Shacked a Fool. Not a guy you're really entrusting to get things going, to be the engine on your offense, to get the system running, so to speak. Yeah, again, if they sign JaVale McGee, it's almost in that Matthew Dellavedova type role. It's break glass in case of emergency, but we have you as the last guy on our bench because you're a good locker room guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think JaVale McGee, I will say this, though. I think JaVale lighting the beam would be fun.
No question.
I think he might miss the beam when he's going to light it, but that's okay.
And they would bring back his mom, probably, right?
Oh, Pam's at games for
yes,
sure.
yes.
Sacramento legend
That would
Pam
be
McGee.
that would be a thing.
So get him for the vibes, is what you're saying.
Yes, 100%.
But the
100%.
vibe, we don't need help in that department.
You lose Dellavedova. He was a big vibes guy.
Was he?
He was a
Really?
vibes guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, people on that.
When he would get in the game, the bench would go crazy.
That's what I'm saying. He's a vibes guy, man. Do not forget when they broke the single season or single game record in franchise history for 3-pointers. Who hit the last one? Matthew Dellavedova hit it.
Quiz time. You play Immaculate Grid, right?
I do.
JaVale McGee has played for 8 teams. How many of them can you name? Let's give him 24 seconds on the shot clock. Go.
He has been a Maverick, a Sun, a Laker, a Nugget, a Warrior,
5,
a Wizard,
6.
Oh no, I'm losing my JaVale-ness. I said Wizard. I don't know.
Okay, you did very well. I don't think you mentioned Cleveland or Philadelphia.
I have no recollection of him on either team, so I feel good about myself.
Well, 6 games for Philly and 33 for Cleveland.
That's probably why I don't remember him.
Excused.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually,
just file that one away, though. Next time you're doing Immaculate Grid.
Sixers and Cavs cut up.
Yeah.
I got JaVale McGee, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. I like it. I think there's like a 4 in 10 chance it ends up being something who can help you. And maybe
4 in 10?
2 in 10 chance.
Okay.
But I'm probably more optimistic than I should be that Nerlens Noel may help.
Yeah, Nerlens was relevant. I mean, in New York just a season or 2 ago. I still think, he got in a situation in Detroit where it's like, yeah, we're not going to play you because we're not going to win anything. You get in Brooklyn last year, it's just kind of whatever. Yeah, I think Nerlens still has a little more in the tank. Yeah, I'm definitely more high on Nerlens than JaVale.
If he's healthy.
Yeah, if he's healthy.
I was on with Kyle Draper last week, and he got Matt Barnes to come on, and Matt Barnes was talking about Nerlens Noel, and he says, yeah, first of all, he runs the floor really well, and that causes problems for a defense.
Yeah.
And he said, I hate this term because it's overused, but it's a fact. He can be a really good rim protector.
Different than a great defender, by the way, and I think people confuse the two.
It's not freaking hockey,
right?
Where someone stands there.
Yes,
you can't do that.
You can't goaltend in the NBA.
Yeah.
Just no. And I think Nerlens would have been a great FIBA player. Now he'd have been a great defender there. But yeah, I think people have always confused the idea of, man, we have a quote unquote goalie we have a great defensive player. You know who was like that for years that people made a big deal about when he came here? Samuel Dallenberg.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Hassan Whiteside.
Hassan, another great example. No, great shot blockers, not great defenders.
Yeah,
Difference.
I remember first time seeing Hassan Whiteside his first preseason. I remember watching and realizing, he literally tries to block every shot. Even if he's on the block and the guy shooting is on the perimeter, he's still trying to block every shot.
You know who I've watched do that? And I watched it actually in Summer League too. Nimi Keita is that guy too.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Nimi tries to block everything.
Willie Cauley-Stein was never the rim protector that the Kings hoped to be.
It's because the rim abused his finger.
I know. He cost me yesterday on Immaculate Grid because I knew he'd been with the Rockets, but he never played for them. So I put him as a Rocket Warrior.
Yeah. Gotcha.
He never played for him. He signed with them, but never played for him.
You should have went with, it was a good one for that would have got you a low score. Jim Peterson.
Oh, very nice.
Thank
Where were you when I needed you yesterday?
Well, I was homesick.
Well, we're glad to have you with us today. So it sounds like I'm more excited about JaVale McGee than you are.
You are. Just a tad, though.
It sounds like I'm more excited about Nerlens Noel than you are, too.
No, we're right there Nerlensing together.
Ben Simmons is talking comeback. Are you listening at all? Next here with Whitey and Watkins. Actually, JayMarZZ in for Whitey today, Sactown Sports.
Whitey
and Watkins
on Sactown Sports. The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, and today mostly sunny skies with a little bit of a north breeze. Temperatures will be running warmer with daytime highs in the upper 90s to around 100 degrees. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Get Labor Day savings and special low finance rates, even zero down deals with approved credit. Right now from Folsom Lake Kia, it's the Labor Day sale at Folsom Lake Kia. Your trusted dealership, my trusted dealership for over 20 years.
Hey, it's Carmichael Day for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you. Order online. Earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Download the Sactown Sports app and listen to Whitey and Watkins on your smartphone.
Coming to you via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one stop Honda shop. It's true. Whitey Gleason and JayMarZZ today. Chris Watkins not back yet, but he will be back this afternoon. Can't wait to see him.
Yeah, it's going to be a real sharp show.
Yeah, yes, sharp and Waddy, and I also have to find out how he feels about me calling him Waddy. Which
I don't. Chris doesn't
I don't
strike me
think
as the
he'll
type
like
that's
it.
going to walk around and want to be a Waddy.
Like I want to say when we were asking what his nicknames were, that was one of the ones. And so I reached out to him like, hey, didn't you say someone called you Waddy? And he's like, no, never.
Maybe I'll just
not never.
Yeah, I'll just leave it parked right there.
That's a good idea.
Some interesting comments on what I call the YouTube chat here. People with varying degrees of excitement over JaVale McGee. Manny too legit. Do we really need JaVale McGee? Fans only. Last guys on the bench do impact winning. And Pike 916 says Monk is the team's vibe. Manny too legit agrees. Monk brings the energy.
Malik Monk is a terrific vibe guy, but usually when we're talking about a guy you're bringing in for the vibes, it's because that's what they do. Whereas Monk obviously is a legitimate scorer in the NBA, right? So like Dellavedova, big vibes guy. He's a vibes guy because that's really what he's bringing at this point in his career, just the vibes.
You know who the vibes guy is this year? He comes off the bench. Everybody goes nuts. Jordan Ford.
Jordan Ford actually would be a legitimate vibes guy. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm surprised they haven't announced him as at least a training camp invite yet. That has to be a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling. Prediction time.
Jordan Folsom Lake Ford, by the way.
Yes, on the Jordan Folsom Lake Ford Honda hotline.
Yes. Sure. Right.
Yeah.
What if we have him on there? That's going to be confusing.
That would be weird.
Yes.
But don't
We'll
you
do
get
it.
I have a feeling he'll be one of the last guys cut and then gets that final 2-way deal in Stockton. That's my prediction. After what he showed in Summer League.
It's pretty apparent to me that Scal is going to be Stockton,
but not a 2-way guy, right? Just he'll be on the Stockton roster. Yeah, no, I
Right.
think that's definitely what's happening there.
Nemish, isn't that the right way to? No one says it, but isn't it Nemish Keta?
I don't know. I just go with Nimi.
Okay, he'll probably be in Stockton. He's got a
Yeah.
chance.
Got a chance. Yeah, I think Keta would have to just wow in training camp if you're bringing him over a Nerlens or even a JaVale McGee at this point. I think the veteran experience there, especially with a team that's looking to make a playoff run, it matters a lot more.
I'm rooting for everybody. I love all the Kings.
You want all 21 guys to make the team.
Yeah,
and
come
try hard and
on.
do their best.
Right. Yes.
No participation trophies in training camp.
I'm going to read you a quote here, and then I think you can guess who says it, but then I want you to tell me if you're buying it. I'm excited because I know I can do it. So that's the exciting part for me. Last Thursday night, I'm like, yo, let's get back in the gym. I'm excited. I get to do something I love to do at a high level, regardless of what people say. I'm a 3-time All-Star, All-NBA player, All-Defensive Team. I've done things. I'm not somebody that hasn't done anything, but at the end of the day, that's what you want to do. You want to go out, compete against the best in the world, be one of the best, end quote. Has nothing to do with the Kings per se, but that is Ben Simmons talking about coming back this year.
The comeback tour of Ben Simmons. Now, he's doing the same thing he does every offseason, and that's show off his big muscles on Instagram. I feel like every season we get these crazy Ben Simmons workout videos.
You do that too every
Yeah,
offseason.
but the difference is I go in there and I produce every season, whereas he's putting out these videos, and, there was one that went out the other day. Ben Simmons jump shot alert, and it shows him making a jump shot, which I feel like most NBA players can do in
that
pickup.
footage is hard to find.
Yeah, but it exists, I'll buy the hype when I see it, man.
It's like, hey, we need you to find one of two things, both really hard to find. Your choice. Ben Simmons making a jump shot or actual identifiable video of the Loch Ness Monster. I'm taking
taking Loch Ness Monster?
Yes.
Wow. So you don't think the fact that Ben Simmons is out here saying this, combined with these crazy videos we're seeing on Instagram of, again, big muscle Ben Simmons, that not only will he not make the comeback, but there will be no jump shot involved with it?
I'll tell you this. Honestly, I'm rooting for him. I really am.
Yeah, I don't have a reason to root against him.
But I mean, I'm actively rooting for him. I would like to see that. The game is better if you have a guy with his unique skill set who actually is playing and playing well.
I agree.
And about whom we can all forget about all the negative stigma.
Yeah, no, I'd like for Ben Simmons to come out and do well. Again, I have no problem with Ben Simmons. I have no reason to root against Ben Simmons. I just think some of the reasons, like the jump shot thing has always been peculiar to me because, he shoots with the wrong hand, right?
Right.
He's a natural right-handed player that shoots left-handed. And I'm like, we could probably solve this jump shot crisis if you just shoot with your natural hand. I've never understood why he doesn't do that.
I'd heard that, but it's possible I actually thought that was a joke.
No, that's a real thing. So apparently growing up, he was right-handed and his dad told him he needed to shoot left-handed, which again, I have no idea why you would tell someone to do that, but that's a thing. It's just, there's all these weird things around Ben Simmons all the time. It's just, he's such an unusual player. He's a legitimate prince. You get the questions of whether or not he has the heart to play in the NBA. He's out here saying
back to what we were talking about earlier.
And so it's just like, is it safe to say this is kind of a make or break year for him? Like if he doesn't get it together this year, do you buy any chance that it happens?
I guess. I mean, it depends. I could see if he doesn't play this year, and I hope he does, because he's 27 now.
Yeah.
I could see in a couple
He's
years,
old.
Maybe he comes back and comes off the bench for somebody for a couple games.
Mhm.
I guess to your point, if we're talking about him being anything close to Ben Simmons again, this would probably be it.
Yeah, and if you're the Nets, you are banking big time on him coming back and being even somewhere around what he was when he was really good in Philadelphia, because at that point, let's say that's a reality, right? The Brooklyn Nets, if you have a 27-year-old Ben Simmons showing that he can play around that all NBA level, combined with a guy like Mikal Bridges on your team, man, that's a team that's starting to look pretty good, especially given all the drama that they've had the last 4 years.
Here's my favorite Ben Simmons question. You may know it. I'll give you a chance to show off if you do. For his career, 5 years, 81 games, 78 games, 57, 58, 42, and, that's it. 81, 79, 57, 58, 42.
He played 42 last year?
Yes.
Really?
How many three-pointers in his career?
Made or attempted?
Made. You can do either one. Why don't you give me both, his makes and attempts?
I will say
81 games, 79 games, 57, 58, 42.
I feel like this is correct. 1 for 1?
No, he's 5 for 36.
Wow. I had no idea he took 30.
Career.
I had no idea he took that many 3-pointers. Because I remember one game in Philadelphia, because of course it was like Sports Center top highlight of the game. Ben Simmons made a 3-pointer tonight, because that's the only one I remember. I had no idea he's taken 36 career threes.
As a rookie, 0 for 11. The next year was 0 for 6. His third year, and he was an all-star these 2 years. He was 2 for 7. Then in 21, he was all-star again, 3 for 10. Last year, 0 for 2. So 5 for 36 in his career.
It took him 3 seasons to make his first 3-pointer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You consider
better late than never, right?
He's had, mental issues, it would appear, which is, all the best to him there. but those can be very debilitating, obviously, for a basketball player. And he's had back issues.
The back issues to me are the ones where
that's a bad combination.
Well, and again, the back issues, when you're dealing with that as an NBA player, I mean, that's just death to your career. That probably also plays into any sort of mental health problems. You know, when you're dealing with that combined, you're working, especially in media markets like New York and Philadelphia, and you're just getting brutalized on radio, TV, print. Like, that's probably just the worst combination. I've always thought, you know what, if you really want to put Ben Simmons in a good situation, put him in a small market where he's not going to have basically being lambasted by the media 24/7.
I think you're right, and that's why you won't believe the answer Ben Simmons gave to a question, and I'll share that with you when we come back here. It's Whitey and Watkins. He's JayMarZZ in for Watkins today on Sactown Sports.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports. Need the breakdown of the latest 49er game?
Everybody's Team Trey, Team Brock. Nobody likes Sam. I mean, to me, they're all 49ers. I don't care who plays.
Want to know what to expect from the Bean team this season?
I don't honestly know who's going to have a better record, the Warriors or the Kings. That's interesting because the Warriors did have a lot of injuries last year, but they're also old.
Got to get that MLB fix down the stretch? Looking for articles from your favorite hosts?
For all that and more, visit SactownSports.com.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. Realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Enjoy the prime grilling season today with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Gold Country Casino Resort Norville is proud to present one of the most powerful voices in country music. Come on now, we're running out of moonlight. Randy Houser live in concert on Saturday, September 23rd. Let me show you how. Country. Purchase your tickets now to see all of Randy Houser's greatest hits. Only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, tell me why we should drive to Hoblet for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event.
Because if you go somewhere else, you're paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
Wow, you're really going all out.
And we're not done yet. You can also save up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty crew cabs. No one in California has a savings this good on a selection this big with over 300 heavy duties available. That's why we're consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center for a test drive today or see their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings on select 2023 Ram 1500 Limiteds after 94.33 factory rebates and 65.67 dealer discounts. 10,000 total net savings on select 2023 Ram 2500 Longhorns after 3,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $1,000 case construction cash. Must have purchased qualifying case equipment and $500 first responder cash for qualifying first responders only. 5 net savings. See dealer for details.
Celebrate the crowning of the NTT IndyCar Series champion at the season finale Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, September 8th through 10th. International athletes hitting 180 miles per hour as they roar by. Experience autograph sessions, Ferris wheel, go-karts, and delicious Monterey cuisine. And don't miss IndyCars descending the famous corkscrew at astounding speed and accuracy. Tickets are on sale now at WeatherTechRaceway.com. Don't miss IndyCar racing and the season finale September 8th through 10th. It's the fastest action in America.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Chris Watkins with your Sactown Sports Headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get the roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster moves, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49er Insider Emil Fergoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards was the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
We have been talking for some reason about Ben Simmons because Ben Simmons just came out, excellent piece with the great Mark Spears, in which Ben Simmons says, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to come back. Yeah. That in and of itself is something of a surprise. But how about this answer to this question here? And by the way, I remember when there was talk year and a half ago of, maybe Ben Simmons comes to the Kings. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Am I imagining that, or did that happen?
There were discussions, confirmed discussions between Montana McNair and one Darrell Moray. So, no, that was a thing.
It was about the time that, that they traded for Sabonis, right?
Yeah, it was the exact same time. Yep. Well, no, and then you've heard Tyrese Halliburton's name was attached to that. All the Kings have kind of refuted that. So, no, there were definitely, and then it got to the point where, I don't know if you remember, Woj put out a tweet that the Kings and Sixers were ending negotiations. So, no, that was a real thing.
Okay.
But Daryl wanted to bring his son home, James Harden, and that kind of derailed the whole thing.
I wonder if Ben Simmons, maybe he's just kind of saying what he thinks he needs to say, or maybe he's a little delusional. Question for him. How would you reflect? How would you say you reflect back on your Philadelphia days? Ben Simmons, I had a lot of fun there. I'm sorry. That's not very sensitive. It was time for me to go. When I did leave, it was good timing. Obviously, the injury and everything that was going on didn't help, but I think it gave me a chance to really appreciate it. I'll always have love for Philly. People always ask me, like, if you were to get traded again, where would you want it to be? I always say, just Philly. Philly is a second home to me.
Just Philly?
Just Philly. And in time, you learn and grow as people. I don't really have anything bad to say about Philly. It was a crazy situation at the end, but it is what it is, end quote.
I feel like Philly feels differently.
And
I'm not talking about the Sixers as an organization. I'm talking about legitimately the entire city.
Now, this is certainly a better answer than, it was brutal and I hate those people and I'll never forgive them. But still, there's probably some middle ground.
There is no way that he actually believes what he just said. In the idea that, man, if I'm getting traded anywhere, it's just Philadelphia. So the Lakers come calling. You don't want to go to LA. All right. What about San Antonio? They got Victor Wembanyama. I mean, this is a stable organization. Yeah. Hey, how about the Boston Celtics? This is a team that you can legit help win an NBA title. No, it says it's not the Philly Celtics. What is he talking about?
Mm-hmm. I know.
I just feel like that would end monumentally bad.
Yeah, I know. And he must know that, I hope, on some level. So again, maybe it's just, hey, is
he trying to just not get booed?
Shanna speak.
Right. No, that's actually a great way to coin it. Yeah. I feel like this is him trying to not get booed as much or have have Philly fan who probably say terrible things to him to stop.
Do you think that'll work?
No. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Philly fan feels the same way, and I also don't think they care.
So Ben Simmons, we were talking yesterday about guys that never were as great as we thought they were going to be. Trey Lance maybe will never be a great player. We'll see. Brock Purdy, maybe he will not be great. We'll see. Ben Simmons was never the great player, although he was an all-star. Are we close to that same category for Zion?
Can I make a bold statement if I must?
Can you? I have to ask Verlad.
Chris?
I'll allow it.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm more confident in the Ben Simmons comeback than the Zion Williamson trajectory.
Do you know how crazy you sound right now?
Yes.
That's a drop, but we didn't. Yeah.
We didn't hit it.
Don't we have you know how crazy you sound right now?
I do, but there's something.
Okay.
You have to know how crazy you sound right now.
There it is.
I'm more confident in that. I just don't think because of Zion's build and all these different questions, the off-court stuff, like I am just not confident that Zion's ever going to be healthy. Whereas I feel like Ben Simmons, at least like there's a chance. And Ben Simmons is like, and not that Zion hasn't proved that he can play on the court. Like, oh my God, the guy is amazing. But I do feel that Ben Simmons does have a better opportunity to continue his career just based upon Zion's sheer size, Whitey, with those knees, man. That one's really difficult for me to buy into at this point, that he's gonna have this Joel Embiid-esque thing where all of a sudden he gets semi-healthy. I just don't buy it.
I think for both guys, to a degree, it hinges on something that is unknowable to us, and that is how important is this to them?
Right.
Again, and that's not to say they're a bad person, they're bad people if they don't want to play. No, but for them to overcome physically what they've had to overcome, you've got to really, really need to do that, and not everybody is wired that way.
Yeah, and at the very least, whether it's hyperbole or just putting stuff out there, at least Ben Simmons is trying to put it out there, right?
Yeah.
I at least get the feeling from Ben Simmons there is a part of him, now how big that part is, I don't know, that does want to succeed in the NBA. I feel like Zion is more into what's on the outside of the NBA. I'm getting a nice check. I'll have my money. I don't know. I just cannot buy Zion as the number one guy because of injury and because of just the psyche there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not buying Ben Simmons as the number one guy, but again, I'm buying Ben Simmons can contribute on a championship team.
Sean Belland on the chat says Simmons needs a small market team. He's too fragile for big media.
I said the same thing. I think Ben Simmons would
Are you
thrive.
accusing Sean of stealing your material?
I think Sean was listening during the break. And I think Sean was listening before the break and was like, you know what, Jay is so right. Let me repackage this as my own. But no, Sean, I completely agree with you. It's like, I think like an Oklahoma City situation, like that small. You know what I mean? Where it's like, man, you saw, I mean, they handled Kevin.
He'd have a hard time making that team right now.
You think so?
Well,
I think making the team he could make, cracking the rotation for 30
overstated
minutes.
it, but they're a really good team is my point.
I like them 1 through 3 with Giddey, with the good Jalen Williams, and with SGA. Like, man.
Hello, Chet Holmgren's on the phone.
Is Chet Holmgren playing?
Sure.
Is Chet Holmgren going to get hit with an elbow and collapse? Like, no, Chet Holmgren, to me, that's like the most intriguing part of that team because we kind of know what the other three are. And I think Josh Giddey's going to step up and really develop and have a great year this year. And I love
Josh
SGA.
Giddey. I told you I've been trying to get Josh Giddey
smart
rookie cards. And
smart stock to buy, man.
Yeah.
But I think if Chet can come in and
Cam Thomas coming out of my ears, but I need Josh Giddey.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you can trade, right? I'm sure there's a huge market for Cam Thomas.
Not what I thought it was.
But no, I think if Holmgren is so intriguing, like if he is what they think he could be and he's healthy,
he's the opposite end of the spectrum from Zion, right?
Exactly.
One guy's just way too big and the other guy
way too small.
There's not enough of him.
So they should have a baby. Get the best of both worlds. Could you imagine like just that size with Chet's outside game and be able to get to the basket combined with the ferociousness of Zion? There you go. But no, yeah, I'm intrigued though. But I think a small market would do well for Ben, where he's not the center of attention because and what's crazy is he's going to be the center of attention in Brooklyn this year, right? Like that's going to be the big storyline.
I guess so. They've got some talent on that team too.
They do.
Good
I love
young
Bridges.
talent.
Yeah, I think, and that's what I was saying before the break, man. If Ben Simmons can come back and be anything he resembled in Philadelphia, I like the Nets. I really like what they got going on there. I think it was a lot of addition by subtraction with KD and Kyrie. Like, look how good they were doing under, forgive me, who's the head coach? That they Kenny Atkinson.
Yes.
Look, I mean, and that was based upon draft picks of guys that were taken in like the late 20s. Like there was a good vibe going there, and I think they're starting to get back to that vibe now that the circus has left town.
Yeah. To me, that vibe kind of went down the toilet when Kyrie came in. I don't know if you agree with that.
No, I'm sure you had to do a lot of thought to get to that conclusion. But
Kind of a hot take, I know.
And I know we like to. It's fun with Kyrie, but I don't think KD helped that. I'll contribute that to that take.
All right, I'll digest that and get back to you.
Thanks.
Are you ready for the Factor Fantasy Showdown?
This has been like the most. Like I have been so excited to play this. It's like the guy waiting in The Price is Right that never gets called up. Like every day I listen to Factor Fantasy wanting to come on down and play. Today is the day.
Yeah, I got hosed yesterday. Bad decision. Kyle Draper got me at the last minute. But you're the favorite already today. Judge Verlato's not a big. He doesn't like my takes.
Well,
but that's fine.
Maybe you should take the Ben Simmons route and say good things about him, and maybe he'll go easier on you.
Why the Kings need JaVale McGee. That is coming up in the Fact or Fantasy Showdown, and that is next. Whitey and Watkins, JayMarZZ today on Sactown Sports.
Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Will Brandon Ayuk emerge as a star in the Bay this season?
Not going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk.
Can Fred Warner lead the Niners defense to another deep playoff run?
And Fred Warner with the INT. Pick City, baby.
Will Brock Purdy hold on to his starting quarterback job?
Purdy going to drop back to pass, try to run forward and go to the end zone standing. Down and Purdy, baby.
Tune into Niners at 9 every day on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Dave for my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air, and it is the end of summer blowout on all their systems. Right now, $2,500 off full systems, as low as $34 a week, and also a free Wi-Fi thermostat on those high efficiency units. As always, my guys make the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. And what more do you want? A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go somewhere you can trust. Go somewhere where they're your neighbors. Go somewhere that has been working on homes in this area for over 40 years. American Energy Heating and Air, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Just a short drive from Sacramento to North Stockton is where you'll find the best luxury car buying experience anywhere. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton welcomes you to come down and test drive a new C-Class vehicle or experience a new, gorgeous Mercedes-Benz EQ electric car or SUV. And they're happy to deliver your new Mercedes-Benz to your Sacramento driveway. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age, but there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
Did you know the average person walks 100,000 miles in their lifetime? It's true. That's a whole lot of stress, strain, and pressure ultimately put on 2 feet. Hi, DC Doug Christie here for the Good Feet store. As a spokesperson for Good Feet, I run into all sorts of surprising foot-related facts. Like, despite relatively few Americans being born with foot issues, over time, 75% of all adults will experience painful foot or foot-related problems. By supporting all 4 arches of the foot, the Good Feet 3-step arch support system can help return your foot and whole body to its proper alignment. Come to the Good Feet store for a free, no obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk. Experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com. It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit. Plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
Heading for a showdown. Time for the Fact Fantasy Showdown. Whitey Gleason, Chris Watkins. Well, Chris Watkins will be along at 2 today. So it's me and JayMarZZ. And we've been having such a good time today. I almost am reluctant to go head-to-head with you. But when this is at stake, the crown of superiority, my own grandmother, I'd knock her down to get this.
Wow.
Yeah.
You should bronze that at this point. The great.
I don't know about bronzing. We probably should have it, cleansed in some.
I don't know. It gives it its unique charm. Not
Chris
cleansing
has
it.
bronchitis, and J. Ross won, and he had some stuff going on as well.
Oh yeah, I'm not putting that thing on.
But anyway, that goes to the winner today of the Factor Fantasy Showdown.
Did Jason's eye give Chris bronchitis?
Yes, that is confirmed. Hashtag confirmed. Stranger things have happened, especially in this Petri dish. But right now, entering the Petri dish is our judge for today, the Honorable All Rise. You better rise, or he doesn't like it if you don't rise. All rise for the Honorable Judge Verlade. Hello, Your Honor.
Morning, afternoon, gentlemen.
And
I've been on one
today as well.
I do have a bailiff. That's correct. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since you were just talking about Ben Simmons, let's start there, Whitey.
Okay, I'm up first today, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ben Simmons will be a contributing member of the Nets this year. Fact or fantasy?
That is a fact, Your Honor.
That's the fact, Jack.
Ben Simmons is he's determined. You've seen the pictures of him this year. You've seen the video of him working out. He's an extremely talented player. He's got an opportunity on a team now with lowered expectations. He's talking the talk. He's been walking the walk this offseason. This is it, as my esteemed opponent said earlier. This may be his last chance to show that he belongs in the NBA. I think Ben Simmons is smart enough to recognize that, and I think he makes the most of it. Comes back this year. He's not going to be close to what he was, but he's going to be a solid, contributing, rotational member of the Nets.
Judge, as much as I defended him in the last segment, I have to say that's fantasy. When you're talking about the back issues that Ben Simmons has suffered, those have gone on to be debilitating for literally all NBA players that have suffered them. And how many different off seasons have we gone through with, oh my gosh, look at Ben Simmons. Watch the social media videos. Oh, there's Ben Simmons. He made a jump shot. Oh, look at Ben Simmons looking swole on Instagram. And guess what? The last 2 years, none of it's mattered. Ben Simmons can come out and say all these fun things about how he's determined, and people forget he's a 3-time All-Star. Do you know why people forgot? Because you haven't played basically in 2 years. I don't see him recovering from the back injury. And then I see the Brooklyn, New York media piling on him, which we know does not do well for other aspects of Ben Simmons' life. We will be watching Ben Simmons post another Instagram video of him watching the playoffs with a quilt when the season is over.
Why do you have to say that you're absolutely right? I have seen those pictures and videos of Ben Simmons this year. And Jay, you are right. We have seen that for several years, and nothing has happened. Point to you, Jay.
Thank you.
Just
Only
one point. Just one point.
He can give as many points as he wants.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to start with you, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings need to sign JaVale McGee because he would make them better defensively.
That's a fact.
Or fantasy. Interesting, just rushing yourself right there.
Yeah, sorry, did not mean to step on the judge. Let me wipe off your shoes.
Wow.
That's a fact.
That's the fact.
Disrespectful is what that was.
Here's why that's a fact, because the Kings need any help they can get from the center position to make them better defensively. And when you look up and down the roster, who is going to be that guy? I don't think Domantas Sabonis makes them better defensively. I don't think Trey Lyles makes them better defensively. I don't even think the vaunted Alex Len makes them better defensively. So when I'm going off of JaVale McGee versus Nerlens Noel, I have to go with resume. And I do think because Mike Brown knows JaVale McGee's game, Mike Brown, who was the unofficial defensive coordinator in Golden State when JaVale McGee was a defensive force, will know how to make JaVale McGee an integral part of this team on the defensive side when he plays. Not only that, because the Kings were so poor defensively, he makes them better. Not by much, but that wasn't the question, so he'll make them an eensy-weensy bit better defensively.
Kings need to sign JaVale McGee because he would make them better defensively. Factor fantasy. That is a fantasy. It's just a fantasy. The Kings need just one other thing. They signed JaVale McGee, just one other thing that would allow him to help them defensively. That one other tiny thing would be a freaking time machine, because you'd have to take JaVale McGee back to 2018 for him to be an effective defender again. He's had an outstanding career, but he's finished. The last few years have reflected that he's defensively, and that's what he's all about, rim protector. He's not what he once was. I have a new nickname for JaVale McGee. It's Beethoven's Fifth, because he's dun, 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 dun.
All right, Whitey, you get 2 points for that.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, no kidding. You just kind of smacked me. Wow. That was good. You got to be mad at that. I'm impressed.
Wow. Also, thank you for not interrupting me. That was.
Oh,
of course, Your Honor.
All right. This appears to be the final question, and it's an important question. Whitey.
Do we know how many points it's worth, or are you making that determination?
We'll see how your
course.
reaction is.
Okay.
Whitey, the 49ers need to end the kicker drama and re-sign Robbie Gould. Fact or fantasy?
It's a fantasy. Very tempting. The reason why is because the 49ers have just swallowed it on, we made a bad pick on Trey Lance, but that's okay. It's all going to work out. And then they can't do that again on a third-round pick from this year. It would be too embarrassing for them to admit two colossal draft mistakes in 1 year. They need to stick it out here with with Jake Moody. My apologies to Jake Moody, Robbie Gould on the court. And then if that doesn't work, you need to find a secondary kicker who's cheaper than Robbie Gould. He's too expensive and too embarrassing to sign at this point.
Judge Verlon, the 49ers need to end the kicker drama and re-sign Robbie Gould. That is a fact.
That's the fact. Yeah.
I hate this idea out there that, the 49ers can't re-sign Robbie Gould because that would mean that they made a mistake on Jake Moody, and you've already had to swallow your pride and get ready and get rid of Trey Lance. You sound like that a little bit. You know why? Because do you think when the 49ers are in the Super Bowl and Jake Moody misses the game-winning field goal, they're going to go back and be like, yeah, but hey, at least we didn't have to go back and admit we made a mistake with Robbie Gould. No, this is a Super Bowl winning team. Go out and get Robbie Gould. Go out and get the sure thing. And everyone points out, you're going to have to pay Robbie Gould too much money. Last I look, Robbie Gould doesn't have a freaking job. And nobody is out there looking to pay Robbie Gould the money he wants.
He's worthless.
No, he's worth a lot. He is worth so much to the fact that you can go ahead, swallow your pride, waive Jake Moody, bring in Robbie Gould, because you know what? Come playoff time, come Super Bowl time, as the 49ers hope to get to, when Robbie Gould is out there making game-winning field goals for you, nobody's going to care that Jake Moody was ever on the roster.
You guys both make excellent points. But, Jay, I'm going to give you the point for that question. That was correct. You're also getting an extra point for your 10 out of 10 Whitey impersonation.
Thank you.
You are our winner today. Congratulations.
What was the final score then?
3-2, Jay.
He got 2 points for that?
He got 1 for being right on the question and then 1 for the 10 out of 10 Whitey impersonation.
I don't feel like bullwinkle. What do you mean? The 49ers can't say they're wrong 2 times.
See, I do not know who said that.
Thank you. I've been in this industry a long time, and this is the one trophy I've been after. This is my NBA title. This is my MVP award.
Yeah. 2 words of advice.
And you don't want to put it on?
Yeah.
No, I don't want Jason Ross-eye.
1, enjoy it. 2, get some antibiotics if you put it on. Thank you, Your Honor. Coming up next, Brock Purdy doesn't have to be great, says one former NBA executive. Well, of course he does. That's next year. Whitey and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Whitey
and Watkins
on Sactown Sports. Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Hey, Whitey here with some good news. If you own a business with more than 5 employees, you could have money waiting to be claimed. Innovation Refunds has been helping small businesses that qualify to get a business payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, or also known as the ERC. The ERC, it's a tax refund for businesses that kept employees on payrolls for parts of 2020 and 2021. The ERC tax filing is complex. Innovation Refunds is dedicated to helping business owners navigate the process. Innovation Refunds independent tax attorneys, they can help your business's claims stay compliant with IRS regulations and guidelines. They understand the importance of your information and have industry standard certifications to back it up. Innovation Refund Survey, their research shows that a large number of small businesses who had from 5 to 500 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021 might be eligible for an ERC tax deduction. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google. They're also accredited with the Better Business Bureau. Innovation Refunds, they're not going to charge you any upfront fees or any money until you get paid. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. If you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. There's no upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com or dial 1-843-REFUNDS. That's innovationrefunds.com or 1-843-REFUNDS.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California, and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Players know it's not just because you win more, it's because of everything else at Gold Country Casino Resort, where players roll in and winners are made. Winning isn't the only thing on the menu, and nightlife, it's more than entertaining. Drinks and dining options are abundant and guaranteed to satisfy your innermost desires. Come be our guest and see why Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville is where the players play.
Are you ready to cruise into the new school year in style? Look no further than Elk Grove Kia's Back to School sales event happening right now. Rev up your engines because the 2023 Kia Forte LXS is calling your name. Zoom through town in this sleek ride for just $149 a month plus tax. Unbeatable style and affordability in one package. But wait, it gets even better. Feel the adrenaline rush with the 2024 Kia K5 GT line, the hottest sedan this side of the Pacific. Get behind the wheel for only $299 a month plus tax. Experience power, performance, and sophistication like never before. Don't miss out on the best selection we've had in over 3 years. Check us out at Elk Grove Kia or elkgrovekia.com. 2023 Forte 24-month lease of $149 plus tax of $41.30 required at signing, residual of $15,256 at $10K per year. License for mile reserve security deposit required subject to Kia finance approval. GK 8921 expires 8/31/23. 2024 K5 24-month lease of $299 plus tax of $47.12 required at signing, residual of $21,782 at $10K per year. License for mile reserve security deposit required subject to Kia finance approval. GK 8932 expires 8/31/23.
Elk Grove Kia.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Christopher Ladd with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get the roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster moves, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49ers insider Emil Fregoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards was the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in the round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
Somebody who I think should know better said something that I think is foolish about Brock Purdy, and I'm upset about it. Before we get to that here, it's Whitey Gleason and JayMarZZ in for Chris Watkins today. Chris Watkins will be along this afternoon for – I have a feeling he's here already.
I didn't want to break the news, but since you went there, I've seen him.
Really?
In the flesh.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And he did not give me bronchitis, so even better.
Loser. So Gary Sharp and Chris Watkins today at 2 o'clock. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to that crossover.
Yes, same.
Yeah. But I don't want to be Carmichael Dave and like tease the crossover like an hour ahead of time. So I'm not.
Well, you teased it at 10:30, which is more kind of like the 3-hour tease is more along the lines of what we do in the morning show.
Sure. But I wanted to ask you this, JayMarZZ. Christopher Ladd just mentioned Nick Bosa's situation. Are you anywhere near, from a 49er standpoint, concerned about Nick Bosa?
Yeah, man.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, man.
Come on. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine.
Right. It's going to be totally fine because John Lynch told us that a month ago, right? When, asked when training camp started, what's the situation going with Nick? Not to worry, this is, we know Nick's going to be in the red and gold for a long time. And then I think it was last week, Friday was asked about it. I'm not really comfortable with the situation. I'm like, boy, is that a 180.
Right. But he's negotiating. So, he's got an agenda when he talks about the situation. He's trying, John Lynch is, I don't know if it's going to do any good, but he's trying to exert maybe a little pressure if he can on the other side. Like, we got to get this done. And the other side's like, whatever. Pay us our money. There's no way around this for the 49ers. You have to pay him his money. I'm not saying, come on, 49ers. I'm saying, look, if you look at it logically, they have no choice.
Right. That's just it, right?
to.
They're not exactly in the driver's seat here. And I think that's a hard thing for the Lynch-Shanahan collaboration to swallow at times.
Maybe.
You're not really in the driver's seat right now, guys. And it's a matter of, we know that you're going to get paid, Nick. But do you think there's reluctance on their part? Because, all the rumors that you hear is it's not just he wants to be the highest paid defensive player. There's rumors he wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback. And I think if there's a defensive guy, given that his age and what you see on the field and just how integral he would be on any defense, especially this 49ers one, he probably has a good point to make. But the 49ers also have to look at, okay, what's the long-term cap ramifications? Because, Brandon Ayuk's going to be up for a payday. If Brock Purdy works out, he'll be up for a payday at some point, and the 49ers have to factor that in. But I'm also of the belief, and maybe that's just from, not being in high-level negotiations like this. It's like, is it really that difficult? Like, what is it that they're trying to figure out right now? Like, is it a matter of both sides not budging on, I don't know, $2 million? Or are they just like completely far apart on what they think the value is? Because it feels like you kind of should have that narrowed down by now.
Yeah, I would think so. They have done, I think we've been critical of the 49ers for the last week plus at least. I do think you have to say they've done a good job, all things considered, of holding a really talented roster together.
Yes.
And navigating through some difficult cap situations.
For sure.
So they know what they're doing I think Parag Marathe, is he still, I think.
Yeah, he's still around.
Yeah. And he doesn't, we don't talk about him a lot, but I think he does a lot of that figuring out of this stuff.
No, he has definitely been labeled.
Sure that's part of this.
Yeah, he's their cap guru.
Yes.
And that's what I think. I think it's more so like, they're looking at it from, Bosa's standpoint. It's really easy. This is a number that I want to get at, right? But yeah, the 49ers, because in the NFL, salary cap is so weird. There's all sorts of ways to kind of circumvent cap issues, but those always happen. You basically, to circumvent cap issues in the now, you put cap issues on yourself. And Bill Belichick has kind of alluded to this as well. Like,
it's going to catch up to you eventually.
It'll catch up, which it will for the 49ers. But aren't you of the opinion it's like, all right, we'll figure it out later. We have a Super Bowl contending team now. And that's what the Patriots did. And guess what? It worked out pretty well for them.
Yes. So I'm not concerned. I don't think the Niners should be concerned because I think they have no choice.
Right.
Really. You have to sign him. He's that important to you. And if it gets a little past the price point gets a little painful for you, oh well.
Is there a day, whether it's this week, next week, after that if this particular day hits first game? Okay.
Yeah.
So like if he signs next Thursday, you're confident, put him in Sunday, he'll be fine.
Well, I'm assuming that they're confident with that. So I'm making that assumption. But yeah, and I know I've mentioned this before with Chris Watkins. I was on with Chris Watkins. Hey, Chris. Yeah. And we were talking about TJ Watt. Was it last year or the year before maybe? And he was a hold in and he didn't sign until right before the season started. I mean, like right before, and he was Defensive Player of the Year. So.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good precedent then. And you also remember the Bosas are notorious for their offseason workout regimen. Like it's a business almost to those guys.
Yeah.
I don't think Nick Bosa, when he goes to sign that contract in the presser, is that there's going to be some big gut hanging out or anything. Like, I think Nick Bosa's in prime
He's not
shape.
going to look like Fat Thor.
No, he will not look like Fat Thor. Although now I have the visual of Fat Thor. Weirdly, it's Nick Bosa. Anyways, but no, I think he'll be fine. My concern more is just for the optics of it. And like, oh my God, get the guy in camp already. Like, this
I wonder
is insane.
if you're negotiating for Nick Bosa, aren't you, using that to your favor a little
yes,
bit? Like,
100%.
you guys are having a terrible off season.
Like,
you can't afford for this to blow up in your face.
Oh no,
so
100%.
It's going to cost you a little more.
Yeah, no, and if you're the agent, you're doing that, right? Because the agent's trying to squeeze every bit of money out of the franchise for their own good, while they sell as it for the player's good, obviously. But no, yeah, I'm using every piece of leverage I can in these negotiations. And from an optics standpoint, if they don't get something done prior to week 1, I mean, that's a really bad look for Lynch and Shanahan because it's compounded by the issues that you've seen with the quarterback room. And we kind of talked about the kicking issue a little bit. I mean, I know that's smaller right now, but yeah, this would be a terrible
It's when
look.
you got to get done.
Yeah.
You end up losing to Pittsburgh, and it's a long season, I know, but maybe your kicker struggles there. It's a notoriously difficult stadium in which to kick, and you don't have the pass rush because you don't have Bosa.
You can't get pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah. That's
Kenny Pickett throws for 5 TDs because he's just got all the time in the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unacceptable. And to me, this is as well. We have this from the Bill Simmons podcast, recent episode. Bill Simmons apparently is on the Bill Simmons podcast now. I didn't
really.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well, good for him.
He was talking with Former NFL executive Michael Lombardi. Michael Lombardi, by the way, has a new book out. I don't have the title here. He has one coming out. I'm going to read it. I read his last one. I think it's Gridiron Greats, and it's really excellent because he was there and he's been there. He worked with Walsh and he worked with Al Davis and Belichick. He knows what he's talking about, which is why this surprises me. Bill Simmons says of Brock Purdy and the 49ers, quote, from top to bottom, it's the most loaded team in the league. They have a crazy schedule. It's front-loaded in one way, and then it gets easier. But for the most part, really, Purdy is the only thing that I look at and go, okay, that's a concern. Again, this is Bill Simmons. But I thought Purdy was okay. Like, they really just need a B- at quarterback, end quote. And then Lombardi says they just need an average point guard. All he's got to do is just get the ball to them. All Purdy has to do is make the easy throw. Easy. He doesn't have to make it hard. Get the ball to Debo. And says one thing about the Niners, if they were a basketball team, they would shoot very little shots outside the hash marks. Everything they do is inside the middle of the field. So I disagree with that. I understand what he's saying. We talked about this earlier, Jay. I know. I don't think they need Brock Purdy to throw for 5,000 yards this year.
Right.
But what he does and what they need him to do, he has to be excellent at it. He can't be okay at getting the ball out on time and making the right reads and throwing to the right and taking care of the ball, making sure he doesn't turn it over. He can't just be okay with that. He has to be hyper efficient.
Wouldn't you say that Jimmy Garoppolo is right around a B- quarterback? C+, B-?
Me personally, I would probably say a little higher, but I understand. I wouldn't quibble.
Okay, well, that's even better.
And I get your point.
And that's even better because let's say, okay, so you
Certainly
evaluate.
At times he has been that and worse.
You evaluate Jimmy G, let's say, as a B quarterback. That wasn't good enough in that offense, and the eye test showed that. Is there were times, like you said, if the first read's available, Jimmy was good at getting the ball out. But we all saw it, man. If that first read was covered, he had a lot of trouble progressing to that second and third reads. That's why he ended up on the ground a lot of the times. And it's simply
And how did that go?
Not well. It didn't go well to the point that Kyle Shanahan was like, yeah, we need to make a change here at quarterback. Brock Purdy has to – this is one of the more – elaborate offenses in the league. This isn't just a basic play offensive system. And in order for the 49ers to succeed, they have to have a quarterback back there that the minute that first progression shuts down, he already knows it within a split second and can move to 2, can move to 3. Oh, by the way, okay, so all 3 reads are shut down. I need to either use my legs or I got to get rid of the ball. Whitey, he has to do all that within like 3 to 5 seconds. That is a very difficult thing to do. You have to play at an A level just to run this offense efficiently. Mm-hmm. And so I'm with you. I completely disagree the idea that you can just bring in some guy, some, average to a slightly above average quarterback, and they're just going to have this amazing all-pro season simply because of what they have around them.
Michael Lombardi says, Purdy doesn't have to be great. He can be Bob Greasy, hand the ball off, throw it to Paul Warfield, and let the defense carry the day. That's not correct.
No. No.
Yeah, this isn't the 49ers aren't running the ball. Well, they do run the ball a lot. I know it's based on that. But Bob Greasy, that great Miami year 72, he completed 54.6% of his passes.
Yes.
I know it's a different game now, but no, that ain't going to cut it.
That's such a terrible comparison. It's almost as bad as saying like, oh, he just needs to be Trent Dilfer in Baltimore. Like, no, he needs to be much better than Trent Dilfer in Baltimore.
And we know Trent Dilfer did win a Super Bowl, but the 49ers ain't winning a Super Bowl with that.
No, they're not winning that, or Brad Johnson in Tampa Bay. Like, look who has won the Super Bowl the last 20 seasons. It's been really good quarterbacks, or a quarterback that just ran a system so efficiently a la Nick Foles, right? He has to, at the very least, be what Nick Foles was to Philly. Like, I run this system. I know this system like the back of my hand. Good. But, like, Nick Foles was an A quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles in that Super Bowl, and that's what they need Brock Purdy to be.
Yeah, so we agree on that.
Yes.
We disagreed in Factor Fantasy, but now we're back on the same page.
No, now we've made up. We've kissed and hugged in the break, and now we're back on the same page.
So with the new third quarterback rule, how many more teams are carrying 3 QBs this year? I have the surprising answer for you. Coming right back with that next. Whitey and Watkins with JayMarZZ in for Watkins on Sactown Sports.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports. Will Christian McCaffrey lead the NFL in rushing? Can Sacramento's own Eric Armstead bring his game to another level?
Prescott back steps up in the pocket. He gets sacked. Back on the 15-yard line. Get in my belly.
Get in my
says
belly.
Eric Armstead.
Will rookie Jake Moody pick up where veteran kicker Robbie Gould left off? Find out on Whitey and Watkins every day at 11 a.m. during the 49ers Focus on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Check out Whitey and Watkins now on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and watch the show from your desk.
CK916 leaping to the defense of Jimmy Garoppolo on the chat. Jimmy didn't have CMC back then, and Ayuk has improved a ton. And I think those are, I think that's on the money.
That's
Jimmy would have
valid.
looked a lot better with Christian McCaffrey last year.
A full year.
Yeah,
Well, he had Christian McCaffrey for a few games last year.
Yeah. Jimmy was pretty good last year before he got hurt. He was very good.
I think he was playing some of his best ball as a 49er. I still think there was a lot to be desired there, but I do agree that, yeah, anytime you can improve the pieces around you, it's going to improve you as a quarterback, period.
We are coming to you via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop, what, Jay?
Honda shop.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Nicely played right there. So now in the NFL, because of what happened to the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, you can have 3 quarterbacks. So how many teams do you think after cutdown day, and I think last year 12 teams had 3 quarterbacks on the 53. How many teams after cutdown day yesterday have 3 quarterbacks on the roster? 12 last year. New rules this year.
I'll say 10.
It's 13. You're close.
Okay.
But it's only 1 more than last year when you didn't have this rule.
So it's like most of the teams looked at it like, yeah, we're not going to do what the 49ers do and basically leave our quarterbacks out to dry. Interesting.
Yeah, it's some of it probably requires an asterisk because several teams are planning to sign quarterbacks to their practice squad today if they clear waivers, if they haven't already. So that's a plan with the Texans. So a number of teams.
I would imagine also the Niners will have a practice squad quarterback. Given that, I think all things considered, it could have been, you could have seen something had they not traded Lance where Brandon Allen would have been a, practice squad QB unless someone signed him, obviously. But yeah, I would imagine the 49ers will be one of those teams.
And I do think we may never find this out for certain, but I know we touched on this earlier as well. In my opinion, in Kyle Shanahan's eyes, Trey Lance was his 4th quarterback.
Yeah, I don't particularly disagree with that because it did really feel like Kyle just kind of disregarded Trey, and I think a lot of the whole, there's a legit battle here was just to keep Trey Lance's trade value up, which all things considered was an intelligent move because you did manage to get a 4th round pick for it, which I don't know about you. I was surprised they got a 4th for Trey Lance. I thought I wouldn't call it good value, obviously.
Shocked and stunned. I was.
Yeah, I was like, wow, a 4th round pick. That's actually way better than I thought they would get. I thought they'd be 6th or 7th or even a conditional pick.
They had to jump at that, right?
Right. Oh, yeah.
While pretending to be, Jerry, we'll see. Let's see what else other teams have offered.
They cover the phone. Do it now. Do it now.
Take it.
Take it before he falls asleep.
I'll offer you 4th round pick. How about that?
I think it's just great because if I offer you 4th round pick, that means Jared Jones is back in the headlines, baby. Am I up to at least a 5?
Luckily, the judge was otherwise
the judge
involved.
The judge is back.
Here he comes. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I'm ending it there. I'm ending on that note.
A 5?
A 5.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cut your losses.
So I was surprised by that, but I think you're correct. And it's a lot of losses. I was at, what, a 7?
I think we started at a 6.
Okay, yeah, no, 5. That went down to a 3 at one point. Yeah, no, definitely. I think that's where Kyle Shanahan, and again, it just speaks to Kyle Shanahan that he thought Brandon Allen was a better quarterback than Trey Lance. By the way, and this gets lost in that, Trey Lance was your starting quarterback last year, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's not forget he was QB1 coming out of camp. But yeah, I agree. So that's a very interesting thing. But I think given that this rule is almost based off of the 49ers, I bet you they carry 4 with one of them being a practice squad guy.
I do think when people compare teams by comparing their quarterbacks, it's interesting to see who are the best quarterbacks and doing the tiers and all that. We've done that. The Athletic, Mike Sando does a great job. But I'm reluctant to go here because Kyle Draper was mentioning this to a degree yesterday, and he's not here today. But when you look at the 49ers quarterback and say, how can you win a Super Bowl when you look at who the Eagles quarterback is and who the Bengals quarterback is and who, of course, the Chiefs quarterback is, and they have Brock Purdy. How can you win a Super Bowl? Well, yeah, they can.
They can.
Yeah.
They really can. Again, it's the idea that when you're saying how can they win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, you're basically saying Brock Purdy sucks, right? That's kind of the equivalent.
That's the
there.
implication.
That's the implication where some might say, well, he's not in the same range as Mahomes and Burrows, which is, by the way, 100% true. But you have to factor in the defense. And again, Brock Purdy has so many pieces around him. They have so many studs. You have arguably the best running back in the NFL. You have what could end up being, if Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk ends up being what everyone says he is, one of the best receiving corps in the NFL. Brock Purdy doesn't stink. He's a good quarterback. We think he can get the ball downfield. We've seen that. I've never understood why people, again, it's like people are viewing him almost in that Trent Dilfer-esque realm. And it's like the game is played completely different. Like, this kid has shown he can be efficient and throw the ball. Like, he can be a focal point of this team on offense.
That's it. He has to be hyper efficient.
He does.
And if he's okay and he throws few interceptions here or there, then he ain't going to get it done.
No, but
that ain't going to work.
But he is going to turn the ball over. We can't expect 25 touchdowns and no interceptions for the kid. But yeah.
See, I think that's still that biggest open question with him. And I think last year he had 13 touches and 4 picks. And I know there was a long streak where he didn't turn it over and he had some luck in there. But you go back to what he did in college and what we heard in camp this year. And I think that if I'm Kyle Shanahan, that's one of my biggest concerns. Is this guy still a little bit turnover prone? Because he can't be. He's not going to make all the big plays to compensate for turnovers, so we can't have him throwing the ball to the wrong team.
But I think and it's interesting because one argument you hear against Purdy all the time is like, well, there's tape on him now, right? And people are going to be able to prepare for him and scheme against him. Well, isn't there the other argument too that like he's going to get better? Like, Brock Purdy hasn't peaked, so to speak. Like, the kid was a rookie last year. Like, guys develop and they get better, and the more playing time he gets, there's also a good argument we'll cut down on those potential turnovers just by getting reps. Like, guys that turn the ball over are guys usually that either don't get reps or they're gunslingers. Purdy's not a gunslinger.
No.
So if he's making mistakes, I think he'll make them early, but he also seems like the type that will learn from his mistakes and will cut down on them.
What do you think of this? I remember I asked Kurt Warner last year, I think, doing a radio interview with Kurt Warner. What's the one thing you would want? And I think I said Trey Lance because at the time we thought it'd be Trey Lance. Now it's Brock Purdy. The one thing you want the next quarterback to be able to do that Jimmy Garoppolo did. And I know if I asked you, you'd say, there's nothing. I can't stand Jimmy Garoppolo. But, right? You don't. Yeah.
Well, okay, so the question is something that Jimmy did?
Something Jimmy does or did that you would want your next quarterback to inherit. And what Kurt Warner said was Jimmy had an ability. He'd make a bad play and forget about it.
Flush it.
That.
I guess this is kind of in that realm. It's not necessarily on the field. I want Brock Purdy to have that same command and same rapport with the locker room. That's the one thing Jimmy had, man, was everybody had Jimmy's back. I remember when Trey got drafted, we had Eric Armstead on in the mornings, and David asked Eric about the whole Trey Lance Jimmy thing. And Eric's like, I don't know why people talk about this like Jimmy isn't our starter. Like, Jimmy is our guy. If Jimmy is on this roster, Jimmy is our guy. We love Jimmy. If the roster feels that way about Brock, combined with what we hope he can do on the field, I think that's the biggest win.
Yes, I think you're right. Like I said earlier, I think Jimmy, in a way, set the tone for the culture of the team. Like, look at everything that I got to deal with Kyle. But when I play, I don't care about that. We're winning. And I think that the team rallied around that.
Yeah, and I think, early indications are Brock has that kind of swag to him where, Trent Williamson said, like, man, the guy had basically played one NFL game and was getting on all of us during practice. Like, he has that leadership quality, and I think that's something that I hope we see develop over the season and becomes more of a talking point.
What do you think of Willie Snead's nickname for him? Willie Snead, who, by the way, didn't make the 53.
Was it Brockstar?
No, it was Glock Purdy.
Glock Purdy. Brockstar. I like Glock Purdy. I actually like Glock Purdy a lot. That will be Willie Snead's great contribution to the 49ers franchise.
Of course, he also compared Glock Purdy to Drew Brees, he said that's kind of a stretch.
The other thing, I should have grabbed this. There's video of Snead saying the same thing about his teammate Lamar Jackson.
Really?
Yes.
He called him Glock Jackson?
I wish he did that.
Coming up next year.
If he were in Vegas, it would be Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, don't hurt
You're
yourself.
done.
You're gonna injure yourself. Roster cuts that will impact fantasy football drafts. What? Next right here. Whitey and Watkins. JayMarZZ in for Watkins. Watkins is here too, though, somewhere. Sactown Sports.
Whitey and Watkins. Sactown Sports.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
So, Mark Davis is bald now, and he's thinking differently.
Is that what
That's
happened?
what it is. This is bald Mark Davis.
Mark Davis shaved off the Chucky lettuce and was like...
This is Dark Mark, all right? This is what he is. This is
Darth Mark?
This is who he is now.
I mean, they look like they play in that Battlestar Galactica starship.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Sactown Sports.
If you're a business owner, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton invites you to make the short drive down and see their selection of new Mercedes Sprinter and Metris vans in stock. And when you purchase a new Mercedes van for work, you may qualify for a very generous Section 179 tax deduction, which makes owning a Mercedes van even more perfect for the job. Right off I-5, just 45 minutes from Sacramento. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fighttaby.net.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento, Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Every vehicle's price to sell now through Labor Day at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. We make buying a new Honda easy and stress-free. Pre-order online or in person today. We'll be there to help you every step of the way. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Chris Verlod with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the 49ers made their final cuts of the preseason to get their roster down to 53 players. Niners defensive star Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he continues to hold out for a contract extension. For more on the Niners roster moves, make sure to check out Sactown Sports 49er insider Emil Fragoso's report on SactownSports.com. Team USA destroyed Jordan this morning, 110-62 in the FIBA World Cup. Anthony Edwards was the leading scorer with 22 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The U.S. will next play on Friday against Montenegro in round 2 of the FIBA World Cup. Those are your headlines. Now let's get back to Whitey and Watkins.
Give it away.
Download the Sactown Sports app and listen to Whitey and Watkins on your smartphone.
Whitey and Watkins today featuring JayMarZZ with Chris Watkins. He'll be along top of the hour with Gary Sharp.
Well, isn't he going to come hang with us for the last 10 or so minutes?
I think he's going to big time us.
Really?
I hope he's going to come in.
Unreal.
I hope so. Yeah. Wherever he is.
I don't know. If you hear his death rattle, maybe you don't want him in that room.
Oh.
Is he still bronchular?
Yeah.
He's a Bronchosaurus Rex right now.
Bronk Watkins.
Bronkins.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, I'm sure he's been on the antibiotics, so he should be fine by now.
Yeah.
He would, wherever he is, who knows, within. He would probably be somewhat interested in this. I've got 10 things that could impact your fantasy football draft from a cut down day yesterday.
Okay.
But I got to also tell you, it's not like there's a lot of blockbusters here, as we know, because you look at NFL cut down day, it's like, that was it?
Well, I'm going to say this, Whitey. I've already drafted for fantasy, so you may do something that impacts my roster, and I may need to go to the waiver wire.
All right. Well, we know that Colt McCoy was released, so that means, hey, you might want to pick up, I don't know, Joshua Dobbs?
Yeah, if you're in a 64-man league, that really impacted you. Also, when I read that Colt McCoy is 37, I don't know why that was shocking to me. I'm like, Colt McCoy's 37 now?
That is shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was talk or buzz on Twitter that Rashad Penny might not even make the Eagles roster, but he did. Trey Sermon, though, the former 49er, is not on the roster. You mentioned it already. Bailey Zappi did not make the roster of the Patriots, but somebody already.
He's a practice squatter for the Patriots now.
Right. Patriots practice squad. The Jets, Dalvin Cook, they let's see, they go into the season with Breece Hall, Michael Carter, and Ibanikanda. So like I said, there's not a lot of big names here. Raiders released OJ Howard.
That could, again, in teams that are super deep leagues might impact the
Broncos released Kendall Hinton on Monday. Giants on Monday released James Robinson. Rashad Perriman, James Washington have not made the roster for the Colts.
I have Perriman on my bench. I told you legitimately you might have something for me. You found it. It was Perriman.
Yeah, let's see. At least one of them will likely be picked up by another team. So perhaps that's already happened.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry about that. Rashad Perriman, James Washington not made the roster for the Colts.
There goes my league.
And the Bengals cut 2 backup quarterbacks, Trevor Siemian and Reed Sinnett. So Jake Browning remains behind Joe Burrow. And I think Will Grier is on the practice squad with the Bengals. My guy.
Your guy.
Will Grier.
Backing up Joe Burrow.
And Joe Burrow practiced today for the first time since he got hurt on July 27th.
Yeah, that's a good sign for anybody like myself. If we're talking about fantasy football, my first pick was Jamar Chase. Much rather have Joe Burrow throwing him the football. Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, Connor Orr says the 49ers are 13-4, and he says the Bengals are 13-4. So that bodes well for you.
I think if Joe Burrow's healthy for the entire season and that injury's not lingering, I mean, I look at the Bengals as almost getting back to the Super Bowl again. Yeah, I mean, it's a great Joe Burrow. If Patrick Mahomes didn't exist, I think Patrick Mahomes in the AFC is going to end up being if Michael Jordan wasn't playing, we would have won a title. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes is that good.
Really?
Yes.
I think the Chargers are going to win the division. You don't think so?
Nope.
Wow,
I know. Hey, man, I know.
I
know KCRA is our partner, and they have like Chargers coverage. We don't need to like.
Crazy.
We don't need to grease that. We don't need to grease that.
I'm watching channel. We watch Channel 3 all the time.
Same.
And there's one of the reporters is down there, and they're Charger camp. Like, what are they doing at Charger camp? What's Dell doing at Charger camp? What's going on? Then,
Dude, and I know Michelle's probably thrilled about it because she's a Chargers fan.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Are you a Chargers fan?
No.
Good.
No. But I think we have bold predictions coming up. I shouldn't say. Sacktownsports.com.
Pro Bowl predictions?
No, bold football predictions.
I heard
I don't know
bold.
what I said. Yeah, I don't know what I said. Bold NFL predictions. And I have the Chargers winning the division. Do you know that right now the Chiefs have won, I think, the last 7 AFC West titles? That is the only division in football where right now all 4 teams have won the division the same number of times.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. And so basically whoever wins it this year, that breaks the tie.
And who's going to break the tie? Los Angeles Superchargers.
I would bet my house that my friend Christopher Law, the judge, would disagree with you.
Well, that's why it's a bold prediction. Yeah. I like Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator. Yeah.
I don't think you heard me.
I did not.
I said you would disagree with Whitey's prediction that the Chargers win the AFC West.
I can see it happening.
How about that?
Really?
How about that?
You're like the Patrick Mahomes fan of all Patrick Mahomes fans.
I can see it happening. But if he gets hurt.
If he gets hurt, yeah, that caveat.
Speaking of TV, did you see what Ron Darling had to say about streaming, MLB streaming?
I have not, but I love when Ron Darling talks because funny things happen.
Yeah, he was a Stanford guy, I think. He used to play for the A's.
A's
the Mets,
legend.
of course. Yeah, and he was talking. We probably have the audio somewhere. I don't have it. I apologize. He was talking about a Mets game, and it was it was on Peacock. So he's talking about something that happened in the game. And then he just says, and so-and-so had, Sunday, they were 3 hits. He goes, I would have seen the game live, but it was on Peacock. And I guess he decided, I asked the family, we've got all these, streaming services, and I wasn't going to pay for another one.
He's not paying. I'm not paying $5.99. And they make you have commercials. You go, because Ron Darling is probably hurting in the pocketbook.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising. He didn't have to talk about it.
Oh, and I'm sure Peacock
has had enough.
I'm sure Peacock as a partner loved that, by the way. Loved that. Godly damn.
When describing a play from the Mets game against the Angels on Sunday, Darling said, I would have seen it live, but I'm a little IT challenged on getting the Peacock channel yesterday.
The Peacock.
I was so frustrated. Yeah, I couldn't get the Peacock
I was
channel.
scrolling through my U-verse and I couldn't find it. I don't know why Ron Darling talks like this.
You know why I ended up not getting the game? Peacock came up, and I said, okay, I'll get Peacock. I looked at my family and what they own already. And Gary Cohn, I think, says Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, Disney, blah, blah, blah. Darling says, it was a protest. I said, I'm not getting another one. I'm not spending another $5.
I can't.
So the Mets announcer didn't see the Mets game.
I can imagine next for Ron Darling is striking with the WGA. You know what I mean? This is malarkey.
I have to tell you, there was a Giants game a Friday night or two ago, and I didn't see it. I couldn't figure it out. And it was because it was it the Apple game?
Yeah, those are Friday games.
And I couldn't figure it out because sometimes in the Bay Area and up here too, Giants games are on NBC Sports Bay Area, but the Friday games are on something else.
Yeah.
I think down in the Bay Area, they're on Channel 4, and there's other channels pick them up here. And it wasn't on local TV, and it wasn't on NBC Sports. I was like, I don't know where it is. And I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it? Do you have Apple?
I think we have a free, we haven't actually exercised it yet, but we have a free trial.
Some good stuff on Apple, but
I know.
Apple does select Friday night games, and then Peacock has the early Sunday games
morning
for baseball.
I know. Yeah, and I think we have Xfinity, we get Peacock, but that's just so funny.
And it would be Ron Darling. Like, Ron Darling, I have nothing against Ron Darling, but man, those TBS broadcasts he does during the playoffs, which is the only time I really hear Ron Darling, it's rough. It's rough.
Why?
He sounds like the guy that couldn't find the Peacock when he's evaluating baseball games. Because I think Smoltz is really good. And it's just when Ron comes in, it's like, oh, why do we need Ron here right now?
I'm not the biggest Smoltz guy. I've probably, like you, I've done interviews with him, and he was a great pitcher, and he's a good guy, but shut up.
He does talk a lot, I'll give you that.
Way too much.
But I'd rather have him than Darling. Because, again, Darling just sounds like the game's passed him by. You know who's, like, beloved that I would just, like, listen to them and shake my head? Tim McCarver.
The late, great Tim McCarver.
Tim McCarver was the most Captain Obvious color guy of all time. Joe Buck, it's Game 7 of the World Series, talking about it, throws to Tim. Joe, you say it with such, like, this resounding voice. Whoever wins tonight will be the world champion.
Yeah.
And then look back at Joe like, build off that.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim had a way with words.
He did.
Yeah, he just could have gotten away with using fewer of them.
He would just say things, and and to your point, and then at the end, it's like, what?
Remember when Deion Sanders dumped ice water on him?
Yes, he was not a fan of that.
The crossover and story. Are you up for some story time?
I love story time. It's my favorite part of the show, if I'm being honest.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. The story time Christopher Laud crossover is next. I have a feeling I'm going to see Chris Watkins.
What?
Whitey and Watkins here, Sactown Sports.
Whitey
and Watkins
on Sactown Sports. The first ever Our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Why drive all the way to Hoblet for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event?
Because if you go somewhere else, you're paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, you can save nearly $16,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler 4xe. There are so many to choose from, and even more purchase options. This Jeep will get you where you need to go and save you money on gas getting there.
Oh, Chad, you got any deals on something a little sportier?
Yes, you can save up to $7,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs. You can't beat this mix of technology and American muscle. Plus, no one beats Hoblet service and overall selection.
There it is. Stop by Hoblet Dodge in Woodland today for a test drive or see their entire inventory online at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$15,900 total net savings for lease option only after 12/250 factory rebates and $36.50 dealer discounts. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit. Consult your tax professional for details. Lease offers subject to approval through Stellantis. $7,500 total net savings on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs after $3,500 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash for qualifying first responders only. 5 net savings. See dealer for details.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Celebrate the crowning of the NTT IndyCar Series champion at the season finale Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, September 8th through 10th. International athletes hitting 180 miles per hour as they roar by. Experience autograph sessions, Ferris wheel, go-karts, and delicious Monterey cuisine. And don't miss IndyCars descending the famous corkscrew at astounding speed and accuracy. Tickets are on sale now at WeatherTechRaceway.com. Don't miss IndyCar racing and the season finale September 8th through 10th. It's the fastest action in America.
The summer patio sale is here at Amy's Outdoor Living in Sacramento and El Dorado Hills. Save from 40 to 70% on all in-stock furniture. From their top brands like Brown Jordan, Tropitone, and Woodard, all umbrellas also priced to move, and you can save hundreds on all in-stock Traeger and Weber grills, plus those scratched and dented floor models. Stop by and sample pizzas cooked on the Big Green Egg. That's all this Saturday from 11 to 2. Listen, this is Amy Outdoor Living's biggest sale of the year. Do not miss these great savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt. That's the one I grew up going to. And inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center. This Saturday, 11 to 2. Biggest sale of the year. Don't miss it. Get down to Amy's today and you tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Come in now for a free arch support fitting and test walk.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit, plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
On your phone, in the car.
Whitey and Watkins.
On Sactown Sports.
And look who's here. It's Whitey and it's Watkins.
Hey!
Chris Watkins.
Real quick,
on the crossover.
Verlad, I just want you to know that off air, Whitey is not happy with your judging today in Factor Fantasy. He feels screwed over.
Get
in line, buddy.
That's like half the time.
Okay.
Yeah. More than half.
All the results are pretty much under protest.
Well, I'm embarrassed because, when Chris isn't here, Chris has
Yeah.
been beating me like a drum. I figure when he's not here, I should
You got a chance.
hold my own.
Yeah.
I beat Frankie.
You did beat Frankie.
Because Frankie, mailed in his
He
last
literally
answer.
gave up. He's like, I give up.
And even then, I barely won. And then Draper yesterday, I had him, and he had he had a miracle 3 at the buzzer where Vlad's go, wow, I was going to go with you, Whitey. And then today, he got JayMarZZ winning. So it's been a while since I've won it.
But I don't even know
tomorrow,
keeps
right?
winning.
Yeah.
We're back in tomorrow.
Does
so.
beating Frankie count? It's like the dude who threw the no-hitter against the A or the perfect game against the A's this year. It's like, is that?
Wow.
Frankie brings it. I was very proud of that win over Frankie.
I'm building him up, and I'm like, Frankie, just do your best. You don't know what I'm gonna say.
He literally
was
said,
very nervous.
I have a joke, but I don't know. I'm not going to tell it because it's not very good. And and he probably would have
Just to win, Whitey.
Just exactly, pretty much handed it to him.
Yeah,
Like I said, you basically thank you all for making my point.
As I texted you yesterday and let you know that the chat very
I know.
concerned about you. How are you? How's everything going?
I'm good. I'm decent. Definitely needed a couple days off. I just don't make me laugh, and I'll seem fine. It's really just the laugh that that's still hurting right now. But yeah, bronchitis is really messing me up a little.
Oh, that's too bad. So when you laugh, you sound like a sick walrus or something. So it's just kind of
yeah, definitely. If that's what a sick walrus sounds like, then that's exactly what I sound like.
Hey, 2 to 6.
I've
Get in the
never heard
YouTube chat. Try to make Chris Watkins laugh.
No, it'll probably happen.
Sorry.
I mean, it's my bad. It's gonna be really hard. It's gonna be really hard for me not to laugh. It sounds gross, so I'm trying not to.
Simone, you have a mission
I'm
today.
trying not to disturb the listening audience.
Aren't you the bad boy of radio?
Allegedly.
That's why I'm
no.
the bad boy
Stop
of
it!
media.
Stop it! Stop it!
Media is bad.
I can't do this, guys. You guys are really
he gets
good.
hit in the
Stop.
spot.
Stop. I'm trying not to just infect all these mics. That's my only goal for today.
This is I will say this. It's not a great day to be nursing the bronchitis when we got the smoke outside and everything.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I think that could have been like a contributing factor.
I think that's the media bad boy bringing the smoke.
I hate you, Chris. I hate you so much. This is going to be a long day. I thought this was going to be easy. I was like, I'm going to be in here by myself. It's fine.
You get away with it.
I cannot do this. I can't do it. I'm going to die. I'm going to pass out by the end of this.
Gary Sharp?
Gary Sharp. Yes. Yeah.
Somebody around here said Sharp and Whitey. Is that what you guys are?
No,
is that a thing?
No, that's not a thing.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Yes.
Hell no. Did you hear that too, JayMarZZ?
Oh, I heard of some guy.
No.
Sharp and
I heard
Whitey,
you. Yeah, I heard you were trying to make Whitey a thing. That's
Why
never
is
been
Whitey not a thing?
Because why would it be a thing?
Why wouldn't it be a thing?
Watkins,
Whitey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whitey and Whitey. I don't know. It's a little.
Came up with Bronkins earlier.
That's not funny. I'm not.
Whitey Bronkins.
Whitey Bronkins.
This is bullying. This is just straight up bullying.
All right.
Don't we have a story time or something to go to?
Maybe that'll make you
that
feel
never
better.
makes me laugh.
You're having not the best of times here, but who knows what's befalling these people at Christopher Law's story time.
We interrupt this program for an important announcement.
It's that time of the day where Christopher Law gives you the stories that you need to hear. Or maybe not. Story time.
Gentlemen.
That was mean what you just did to Chris Watkins.
Yeah, it was pretty mean. I didn't enjoy it at all.
Not enjoying it now, are you?
No, not at all.
Nobody treats Whitey that way on my watch.
So, Jay, since you are a big fan of story time,
yes,
I'm going to tell you a story that was actually listener submitted.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Oh boy!
And that listener was Simone. So just remember, when you hear this story, Simone was the one that said this would be a great idea for story time.
Oh boy!
There's a lot of pressure here.
Yeah.
So this takes place in New South Wales, Australia, courtesy of the New York Times. A 64-year-old woman of southeastern New South Wales, Australia, was admitted to a hospital in January of 2021 with abdominal pain that she had suffered for 3 weeks. She also had a dry cough and night sweats. At first, doctors thought she had a rare lung infection. She was treated for the infection and her symptoms improved, but weeks later, she was hospitalized again with a fever and a cough. Doctors then treated her for a group of blood disorders, and the medicine they used suppressed her immune system. Over the next 3 months, she experienced forgetfulness and worsening depression.
Can we take turns making our diagnoses before Chris finishes the story?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
Pregnant.
64-year-old woman pregnant. That would be a good story.
I have no idea. I don't even.
It's
struggling
Australia.
to follow.
Yeah, it's Australia.
She's got
Spider
like
bite?
a scorpion in her nose or something like that.
Scorpion in her nose.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I'll say a bite of some sort.
Ah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So over the next 3 months, she experienced forgetfulness and worsening depression. She then had an MRI which showed a lesion on her brain, and doctors performed a biopsy. It was at this moment that doctors finally knew what she had, and I will let Dr. Hari Priya Bondi explain what they found.
Sected around the abnormal area that you could see on the scan. I thought, gosh, that feels funny. You couldn't see anything more abnormal. And then I was able to really feel something separate. I took my tweezers or my tumor holding forceps and I pulled it out and I thought, gosh, what is that? It's moving. Take it out of my hands.
I saw this.
And we put it in a path pot. Thank goodness. And it's gone away to the scientists to find out what it was. So we immediately called the infectious diseases doctors and asked, what should we do next? It was definitely not what we were expecting. everyone was shocked. And the worm that we found was happily moving quite vigorously outside the brain.
It was huge too. I saw a picture of it in the
Brain
jar.
Brainworms.
Yeah.
So a matter of fact,
Classic brain worm.
Classic.
That's right. Doctors found a living parasitic worm a little larger than 3 inches in the woman's brain. The worm was taken to be studied. She said that, and it was determined that it was Aphytoscarus robertsi.
Oh, yeah.
Which, Jay, as you know, is a type of roundworm that is native to
100%.
Australia and reproduces in a large snake named the carpet python.
Oh,
This
those
has
things are really big.
everything Australian in
Yeah.
this
So
story.
Basically, there was like damn near a python in her brain.
The parasite is something
Python
that is
parasite.
the parasite is something that is known to infect small mammals, but this is the first known case of infecting a human. The woman had no direct contact with any snakes, but they are known to be around a lake where the woman lives. And she was gathering wargal greens, which are similar to spinach, around the lake to cook. And they think she inadvertently consumed the worm eggs.
Oh.
So she wasn't pregnant.
No, she was not
Okay.
pregnant. Also, they say the reason why it was able to grow so much because they gave her the medication to suppress her immune system.
Oh,
and that's why she wasn't able to fight it
So
off.
the worm was taking over.
Yeah. So, but the good news is 6 months after brain surgery, the woman's psychiatric symptoms remain, but are improving. She's also being treated with medicine to kill worm larvae that may still be in her other organs.
That's the
And it's
bad
still
news.
being monitored by infectious disease and brain specialists.
Did they name the worm?
No.
Can we have a contest?
Why
Oh, we
does anyone
should.
want to live in Australia?
Nah, at that point, you're 64. You got a worm in your body. Just call it. Just call it. I would
Wow,
just be
that's-
like, it was a good life.
They are
That's-
thinking about naming the worm after the first word that was said when it was pulled out, and that is crikey.
Yeah. Crikey. It's the worm's environment.
You call that a worm?
It's the
This
worm's
is a worm.
environment. Not his fault. It's his environment.
It's a good Crocodile Dundee. I'll give you that.
Okay. Is that it today for a story?
That
time?
is it.
Wow. you
I don't
feel
think I can top that.
better?
No,
Does that make you
that's-
feel any better? You got
Me?
bronchitis,
Maybe you
a
don't
worm in
have
your
a
brain.
bronchitis.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
What
It
if
could
there's
definitely
a-
be worse.
What if you have a worm in your tummy?
Bye. Like, I'm
that's
done at that
dark.
point. Like, that's it. That's a wrap for
Do
me.
you have any idea what you and Gary Sharp have coming up today?
Well, as you know, I've been gone all week, so I assume that we're going to talk about a little bit of the Trey Lance stuff. There's still a little bit of meat
You
left
got
on
traded
that bone.
or something, huh?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
Okay.
trade Lance.
Hey, you're the Kings are interested in a 3-time NBA world champion?
Yeah, I did. I think we're going to talk about that as well. And then Simone actually came up with a great idea. Since it's a cut day, we're going to cut some things out of our life. It's going to be a tough decision to make. But,
Number one, worm.
Worm in my brain is
Yeah.
the first thing.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
first
of.
thing.
Yeah, I don't know about
Absolutely.
you.
Yeah.
And I'd have Gary help with that because he's sharp.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Jay. It's been fun today.
It has
Appreciate
been.
it. And I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I look forward
See you
to
tomorrow on the crosstalk.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So
Sounds
we
good.
got Gary Sharp and Chris Watkins next right here at Sactown Sports.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, it's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track, makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Enjoy the prime grilling season today with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California, and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own lawn report.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
At the UPS store, you can ship it all. We're your bulky sports equipment shipping store, your heavy luggage shipping store, your fancy art shipping store. We're even your I can't believe it's already time for back to school shipping store. So visit your neighborhood We Ship It All store for dependable UPS shipping with easy to use tracking and competitive rates. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. The UPS store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
Are you ready to cruise into the new school year in style? Look no further than Elk Grove Kia's back-to-school sales event happening right now. Rev up your engines because the 2023 Kia Forte LXS is calling your name. Zoom through town in this sleek ride for just $149 a month plus tax. Unbeatable style and affordability in one package. But wait, it gets even better. Feel the adrenaline rush with the 2024 Kia K5 GT line, the hottest sedan this side of the Pacific. Get behind the wheel for only $299 a month plus tax. Experience power, performance, and sophistication like never before. Don't miss out on the best selection we've had in over 3 years. Check us out at Elk Grove Kia or elkgrovekia.com. 2023 Forte 24-month lease of $149 plus tax with $41.30 required at signing residual of $15,256 at $10K per year, 20 cents per mile. Reserve security deposit required subject to Kia finance approval. GK 8921 expires 8/31/23. 2024 K5 24-month lease of $299 plus tax with $47.12 required at signing residual of $21,782 at $10K per year, 20 cents per mile. Reserve security deposit required subject to Kia finance approval. GK 8932 expires 8/31/23.
Elk Grove Kia. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines. Happy Wednesday. I'm Simone with your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers refined their roster to 53 players. Defensive powerhouse Nick Bosa was placed on the reserve did not report list as he and the faithful camp continue contract negotiations heading into week 1. We have our comprehensive roster breakdown over at SactownSports.com or on our Sactown Sports app, where you, of course, can catch all 49ers games all season long right here on Sactown Sports. I'm Simone. Those are your Sactown Sports headlines. Welcome in to Sactown Sports.
And welcome back to Chris Watkins.
Glad to be back.
You know what? We talked before the show. I got lots of questions about what just happened on Crosstalk.
Okay.
I don't even know where to start. Maybe I start with Whitey mentioning that the Chargers are going to win the AFC West. Someone slipped into Skip Bayless and said that Burrows is better than Mahomes. I don't know. But I also have been told, so I know that you've been under the weather and
Yes.
the voice and all of that stuff, so you're not supposed to laugh.
Yes, it's mainly just laughing.
Yeah, it might be tough for 4 hours,
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
But I was told in a secret chat that because you and I are together, Sharp and Waddy, this is Wet Blanket Wednesday.
Yes. See.
So if you've come here for like positive news, like JaVale McGee could do to the Kings, what it'll be like tomorrow when they officially announce Sasha, that Nick Bosa might be coming back. Not today. No. All of that stuff's terrible. You add JaVale McGee, I don't care if he's won rings before, he's going to ruin your franchise.
He's going to ruin it. Exactly, 100%. And I don't even know if you know or not, Gary, but there was almost a no-hitter yesterday. Don't even get me started on that. I'm well documented in saying if I'm going to a baseball game, one of the last things I want to see is a no-hitter.
Can I add, like, you going to a baseball game, would that be a first or a second?
It would be like a third or fourth, but yeah, I mean, definitely I acknowledge it's not like, a baseball purist thing to say, but it's more just like, I understand like the rarity of a no-hitter. I understand that, it is truly something to be celebrated, and especially if it's your home team. Absolutely. But it's just when I try and put it to other sports, like if I were to go to a football game and a team doesn't get a first down the entire game, is that really something that needs? Yes, it's a massive accomplishment. It clearly says that one team was excellent. Sounds like another team just didn't show up that day. So that's more what it is. And I understand the rarity. I understand the significance. It's just not what I'm there for. I'm there to see home runs. I'm there to see action. And it's quite literally the opposite of action. So
for those people that were at Oracle last night, and by the way, the Giants have given up a hit today. They only have one of their own. They're down, or they're scoreless in the 6th inning against the Reds, trying to sweep that series. So for everybody that was there that wanted history last night with Alex Cobb, and he got to the final out before the ball was hit over Matos in right field, who, by the way, just got sent down to Sacramento when Yastrzemski got off the IL, and he'll be back up when they expand the rosters. So you're like, you know what? It doesn't mean much. You only threw no-hitter for 8 2/3 innings.
Exactly. That's my thing. Is like, so all of a sudden it's just like
vibing with you.
Yeah, it's just like, so he gets one hit and then all of a sudden it's no longer significant. It's just a really good performance. But, if he doesn't get a hit, if it's a no-hitter, then all of a sudden it's just makes it so much bigger of a spectacle. And, you get to tell all your friends, I went to a no-hitter. Well, you went to a one-hitter. Like, why isn't, I understand it's one and none. There is a difference, but like realistically, it's spiritually kind of the same thing. You saw a dominant pitching performance. I don't know.
The church of baseball. I like what you just said there, spiritually. I don't think there's in a no-hitter in baseball, and not all of them are created equal. Right. I mean, it's not like Alex Cobb was like super dominant last night.
Right.
Now, he pitched pretty well, but he wasn't striking out 12, 14 guys. It wasn't like back in the day a Nolan Ryan no-hitter. There is kind of, you brought up a good point here, and this is where we're going to start, but you got me thinking. There's not really an equivalent across other professional sports to a no-hitter. You alluded to giving up no first downs, but like in basketball, there's really no